Hello, everyone. As you can see, I've got a few things going on the screen because I figured out how I can do Carl without having to stop. So as long as I hide some of the names on the comments, I'm good to go. Thank you, Sky, for the early bird song. Hello, Deb. Let's see. Hello, Becky. Hello, everyone. I'm just checking in, but I'll be back and we'll still be early. There you go, Becky. Deb. Have talked to through the chats. People may be in the danger. Production Sam from the show is in Tampa. I'm worried most of her, but she said she lives in brick building. Oh, Florida's getting hit. Florida is getting hit. Hello, welcome, Pepper. Hello, Jane. I love the graphics. Oh, I had fun with that. Hello, my friend Hugh. How are you, Hugh? How are you feeling? Hello, Leah. Welcome. Make sure I say hello to everybody. Hello, Armand. Hi, all. Going out in about 20 minutes and back in 2 hours. We'll catch replay. Thank you for checking in, Armand. Hello, B Rabbit. Make sure. Hello, Claudia. Welcome. Hello, Michael. How are you tonight? Hello, Becky Ireland. Hello, everyone. My daughter says I'm chronically early. Hello, Bumble. How are you? So I figured we would review Carl from last night because the man speaks his mind and I appreciate that. And you know what? He's not been wrong. He hasn't been wrong. And as many of these lawyers out there that are bandwagon jumping, 1 minute Rash Bomb's the problem, next minute Rash Bomb's not the problem, next minute Everett's the problem, next minute Everett's not the problem. Now we got lawyers raising their hands on a YouTube channel to be Donna Adelson's lawyer. I can't even. I just can't. How do you go on YouTube, talk about justice for Dan Markel in one breath, and in the next breath, raise your hand and say, I will defend Donna Adelson? How do you do it? I don't get it. I don't know how they do it. I'm not saying defense lawyers should not defend their clients. I'm not saying that. And of course, there's need for defense lawyers. People need them. And that I just don't know how in one breath you say, I feel so bad for the Markels. My heart goes out to the Markels. I'll represent Donna Adelson. Of course you will. It's a big paycheck. Of course you will. Hello, Irene. Hello, Mike. Wendy's back. Becky says, has anyone listened to Roberta Glass's new song? It's called I Need a Lawyer, about Donna trying to get a new lawyer. Hysterical. Oh, I'm going to have to hear that one. Hello, Elizabeth. Oh, I have her up. Hold on, I'll share her. I'll share the screen. Oh, I don't know about some of these lawyers. Hugh says, yes, Rochelle, Carl is point on. That's one great attorney and human being. I agree. LJ, who's the attorney? No, not Tim Jansen. No, could you imagine if Tim did it, LJ? Oh my God, he wouldn't, because he knows what the YouTube community would do to him. Hold on 1 sec. I will share screen here. Her name is Jessica. I'm going to butcher this. Is this her? Oh, maybe this is this? Oh, that's her. Jessica Mishali. Literally raised her hand after saying, I feel bad for the Markels that they're going through this. And then raise her hand and say, I will represent Donna Adelson. I just can't. Right? Tim Jansen said he would absolutely not take Donna as a client. And I know she's a lawyer that was on STS. It's the first time I've ever seen her. And I thought, oh, lady, you're talking from both sides of your mouth right now. You truly are. And then she goes off and says that she would have Judge Everett dismissed, removed from the case. She's never lost a case. She's won them all. How many of them are plea deals? To me, a win is your client's not in jail. That's a win. So I'm just putting her on blast. I truly am, because I think that talking from both sides of your mouth is just not cool. Not when you're talking about justice for a family. Right? Not nice, lady lawyer. Rashi never lost a case, right? Yeah, I didn't agree with saying justice for Dan and then saying, oh, let me just get Carl back here. And then saying, I will represent Donna. I just didn't agree with that. So I'm calling her out. I haven't come up with a character for her yet. Oh, not only did she say that, she also said that Donna needs attorneys that aren't from Tallahassee. They did that once. But yeah, Donna needs the lawyers not from Tallahassee. Becky Ireland says, I love Judge Everett. He's already knows this case inside out. No reason to recuse him, period. Yep. But she said she would fight to have him recused. I'm like, oh, Lord. Hello, Bob. Welcome. Yeah, they tried that. It didn't work. No, Lee, it's not her new attorney. They haven't. I even checked again before I came on. I checked the docket. Nothing's been dropped yet. It's just a lady that was on a YouTube channel and talking about being okay with taking Donna as a client. Sounds like a grifter, just saying. Sounds like somebody that's out to pad their pockets like Rashi. Honestly, Rashi's house is all out there. All these lawyers, like there's like who would take Donna on? Who would do this? Who would that? Is there any lawyer that's going to take Donna on? There's probably a line around the block. There's probably a line. Claudia, you're exactly what I was like, are you kidding me, lady? I'm still confused on how this waiver thing stopped the trial in its tracks, because none of Donna's lawyers could have cross-examined Charlie. And Charlie said he revoked his waiver, or that he didn't have one. Or he didn't have one. Don't think she'll be back on STS. Becky Ireland, did you see her on there? I just thought that's just ridiculous. But then again, you had brother, oh, what's that lawyer's name? Brother, sorry guys. He said he would represent Donna too, and I'm like, have you read her emails, man? Jill Jane, welcome back. Money and 15 minutes. Right? Money. Those derail dorsal fins all smell like money in the water. Yep. Carrie Sue says, hi, everyone. Get ready for another great evening of conversation and discussion. Thank you, Carrie Sue. Anyone know how long they will let her go without a lawyer? I don't know. And I'm very curious. I don't think that they can be speaking to her right now. She's looking for a payday, not to dawn of the truth and seek a plea deal. LJ, I agree. I agree. Donna's not making a plea deal. She's not, guys. I did, but she didn't say that till after she was off and on another channel. Oh, no, I heard it on STS where she raised her hand and said, I'll represent Donna. Got it, but who is to blame? Does this fiasco waiver thing fall on the judge for not having a written waiver? No, it falls on Rashbaum. It falls on Charlie because Charlie threw the grenade. It falls on Georgia. And it falls on the judge. It's the whole lot of them it falls on. But it's all of them, Hugh. Bob, I wonder if Jack Campbell is free to defend Donna. Oh, somebody needs to give Jack Campbell his balls back. Like somebody's got his balls in their purse. Somebody does. Armand, brother counsel. That's it. He is from Detroit. Yeah, he said that if he wouldn't want to see anybody go without, and I get what he's saying, go without an attorney, and he would represent Donna. And I thought, have you read her emails? Honestly? Patty and Rashi is being investigated, but Patty said Rashi's being investigated. Yeah, there's an open case. I could be saying it wrong, but there's an open case. No one can talk to Dawn until it's an attorney. Harvey's looking for one now. Harvey's in those yellow pages. And they say, what's your last name, sir? Adelson, click. What's your last name, sir? Adelson, click. OG, welcome to the channel. Jack Campbell's too busy protecting Wendi. There's got to be something. I'm telling you. Bob, there was something fishy about that Jack Campbell. What do you think when you watched him doing that press conference? I thought he was a man with no balls. That's what I thought. Hi, Monarch. Welcome back. Eve, I blame them all. They all knew it was a conflict from the beginning. Yep. And I've said about Georgia, this was an easy win for her with Rashbaum. She wasn't pushing the limits. She wasn't pushing it. Hugh, something tells me there will be an official way created to make sure this waiver problem doesn't happen. You would think toilet paper is more useful. Hugh, toilet paper is more useful. Hey, Harley, welcome. Armand says she got a client with the battered spouse syndrome acquitted. The Booney Tunes defense. Yep. She did that, and that's great. Great. My biggest thing with her today was, how do you say justice for the Markels and how sorry you feel for them that they're going through this, and then I'll defend Donna Adelson with a smile on her face. And Rochelle put in the chat, of course you will. It's a big paycheck. Feeling a bit better. Thank you, Irene. Becky says, I try to remember the attorneys are actually not defending the client. They're defending the client's constitutional rights, but sometimes it's hard. I agree, Becky, 100%. And that's what I said. Of course they need to be defended. I just didn't sit well with me on the two sides of the mouth. That just didn't sit well with me. Yep, an easy win for Georgia. She wasn't rocking that boat. And if Charlie hadn't have thrown that grenade, rash bomb, we'd be done. The trial would be done, guys. It'd be done. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Hey, Kimber, haven't seen you a while. Hello, daughters are in Pinellas County. Please keep them in your prayers. Absolutely. We're praying for all of Florida. Oh, I cannot believe another one is coming through. They will definitely be in my prayers, Kimber. That lawyer lady said afterwards that she would represent Donna because Donna deserves a fair deal. Yeah, she deserves it. Of course she deserves a lawyer. Of course she does. And I wouldn't say she doesn't. But I'm telling you, wouldn't it be fun to see a Donna per se? Oh, God, that would be brilliant. Wouldn't that just be brilliant? B Rabbit says, it feels like there's things going on behind the scenes deliberately stalling justice. B Rabbit, I 100% agree with you. I 100%. Why would Jack Campbell fight so hard for the feds not to take the case? Why? When all he's doing is sitting on, well, he might as well have a My Little Pony thing set up on his desk playing My Little Pony during the day. Because I don't know who's got his balls, but they need to give him back. Oh my gosh, there is a, I won't say, Camber, I won't say. Oh, gee, I'm sure there are a lot of poor clients who deserve a good defense, but we don't hear the lawyers talking about them, right? And I'm 100%. We've heard Patty talk about it. There's a lot of cases in Tallahassee. I get it. I get that there's a lot of cases. Either you hire more prosecutors or you arrest all the Adelsons and get it done with. So I looked it up. They do not have to. They can arrest them all. They do not have to try them all at the same time. So Becky Ireland says, I want to post my vote now. I love both Tim and Carl. That's my vote. I vote for both of them. And I have nothing against Tim. Now, has he been wishy-washy in the past? Yes. Does he say Wendi Adelson's is not going to get arrested? Yes. I don't like that. Michael Rochelle, I agree with you. Yep, just arrest them all. You don't have to try them all at the same time. Because we know George is gun shy on that. That lady lawyer might be June in disguise. Can you imagine? Carl has recommended going after Wendi long ago. Yep. Bumble says, Carl said, may get Charlie, get a new trial. I say bring them all in, make a clean sweep, get justice for Dan and all his family. I agree. And do you hear that Phil Markel has voiced that he hopes he gets to see justice for his son? To hear him say that's a thought going in his head that he may never see justice for his son. Hello, Thumper. Hello, friends. So glad to catch you live. Love and appreciation to Rochelle for her amazing community. Oh, thank you so much, Thumper. We have a great community here. What I've been trying to say is Kimber's on the microphone and it just couldn't get it. Oh, she was talking about her daughter being in the path of the hurricane. Sorry, guys. Brain. Hello, Miss Sky. Hello. Irene, I liked him and I think he represents Wendi in a hot minute. Oh, I think he would represent Wendi in a hot minute. I agree with that one. I agree. So let's jump into hearing Carl, because I'm 100% Carl. I'm 100% Carl. Hugh says it's pretty scary having families like the Adelsons out there. Yep. And to think that every delay going, Wendy's sitting there. More time to gallivant. Hey, True, welcome. Hey, everyone, and the coffee crew. I'm going to bed soon. Just wanted to remind that tomorrow would be Dan Markel's 52nd birthday. Absolutely. Yep. We have our candle, a yahrzeit candle to light for Dan tomorrow. Do you think George is afraid of arresting Wendi and not getting a conviction? I think George is afraid of doing double trial because of the Katie retrial. I think she's gun shy. And I still do not understand why Georgia thinks she has to have Wendi to convict Donna. If it came down to, if that's all you've got on Donna, stop right now. Like, if you don't got stuff on Donna that you don't need Wendi for, what kind of case do you have in the first place? Wendi did say they won't arrest her because she's innocent. Yep. OG says Jack Campbell's plan is to delay Wendy's possible arrest until 2027, 2030, and then not arrest her based on it being too old of a case and the witness. Yeah, but can you imagine? Like, I don't know when his position comes up for re-election, but I think that Jack Campbell's holding Georgia back because there's something fishy going on with that guy. Yeah. And honestly, you can't really put a lot of blame on Georgia because she takes orders from Jack Campbell. So we don't know if Georgia went into the office and listen, Jack, this is messy. This is murky. We need to do something. We don't know if Jack said, no, don't worry about it. I don't think that Georgia is afraid of anything. I think Jack is the one who made the decision to do one at a time. No, and that's what I just said, Becky. I'm like, it could be the other way. It could be Jack putting the brakes on it. Carl called Jack pathetic several times. I know, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. Why is JC dragging his feet? I don't get it. Is there a connection with John Laro? Ooh, I've never put them the names together. Well, we're going to have to dig on that, coffee crew, and see if we can find something. So far, Wendi does get a star of avoiding arrest for 10 years. Yep, she sure does. Yeah, that's right. I knew he ran unopposed, but I don't know if how long is the term? Does anybody know? OG College Maker is an interesting name. People can't put two and two together. Oh, OG. True. Just by you talking. OG? I freaking love your name. Who got engaged? Bob. Carl did. Carl got engaged. Like, look he's even got a smile. Maybe they're all sleeping together, just never know nowadays. Oh my goodness, Leah. Carl silenced many us for disagreeing with him on the case, so you're fine on his channel as long as you agree with him. My comments are always respectful. Yeah, and see, and that's a lot of channels that do that. I don't do that here. People disagree with me. I disagree with them. We just discuss it here, Monarch. I've even True pointed out, her and I've disagreed many times. We just discuss it. Carl Steinbeck has a fiance breaking all kinds of hearts. Yes. Oh, OG Carl got engaged, possibly. Oh, can't read. Yep, I agree, Monarch. That is absolutely the way it should be. Absolutely. We don't. This is what I like this channel is because we get into discussion. Sometimes a video will go forever because we're discussing and we go down the rabbit holes of discussion, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Sometimes we want myself or somebody in chat has an opinion. We stop, we discuss it, we go around in circles, and then sometimes some of us change our minds because we point out something that maybe other people aren't thinking about. Okay, let's hear Carl come at them because it is good.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Carl Steinbeck here.
Hi, Carl.
Just want to jump on here earlier than I normally do, based on this great news we heard from the court filing that Judge Everett, of all people, made today. I'm sitting here in Isla Mirada, Florida, off the Florida Keys with my wonderful fiance, who's sitting next to me here. While she's doing some legal work, I thought I'd jump on and go ahead and do an early report on this awesome, wonderful news that Judge Everett is finally doing the right thing here, which no counsel properly advised him on, which he obviously was not aware of as well. But in this ruling that he came out here in the last hour or so, what I can tell you is when Rashomon first got on this case, so you've been following this channel for a while, I mentioned that this would not happen in any courts I practice in front of, where somebody go from representing Donna as counsel that was somebody's confirmed with as their possibly pending charges. I definitely.
It wasn't Donna. It wasn't Donna. It was Sarah Boone. It was reported today on a YouTube channel that did offer Donna. No, it was Sarah Boone, a 15-year plea. On good behavior, she could be out 4 to 7 years. Not sure if this is true. Anyone out there see this? No, it was Sarah Boone. Donna won't take a plea deal. She won't take a plea deal. Hold on to your bloomers. Here comes Hurricane Carl. Yeah, Hugh was thinking of Sarah Boone. At Monarch, I heard Carl many times, and he never silenced anyone, but did give his rebuttal. Hugh Hefner, I know what that was. Sarah Boone offered. Yeah. What an idiot not to take that. What a right down idiot. I've heard that Carl isn't the only banning blocking followers, that he has a mod that has a crush on him and has zero tolerance between us. Oh, Lord. Hope his fiance will put an end to this practice. Oh, look, I have a little crush on Carl. But to me, a man that speaks straight and doesn't speak from both sides of their mouth, that's fine by me. But I congratulate Carl on his engagement. I think he deserves happiness, and you see him smiling more in this video than you usually do. So Carl's great. Claudia, I was banned, so okay. I thought Carl's only mod was John. Yeah, I don't know if he came out and said she wouldn't make it to trial. I know the first time he said that she could possibly not make it, but I'm not going to mix words because I can't correctly say what he said. I got this info from another of his mods. But guys, At any point. At any point, she could just keel over. Then where's that leave us? Right? If you need to get an arrest, one arrest at a time till you get to Wendi, well, if Donna dies in jail, she's innocent. She's innocent. That's disgusting. I think the banning came at the height of the Karen Reed frenzy, and he just wasn't interested in getting involved in the... Yeah, I stayed right away from the Karen Reed stuff. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. I can't arrest a corpse. Nope, you can't. It's just disgusting. Hey, George, welcome. Carl is a phenomenal lawyer and a realist who is not afraid to call people out. He has the long lost trait of openly saying how you feel and not worried about what others think. Thank you, George. I agree. And that's why I like Carl. That is why I like him. He doesn't play the YouTube BS. He doesn't do any of that. He just says, and he hasn't been wrong. The only thing I guess he's been wrong is that she wouldn't make it to trial. Well, guys, she could be another 2 years before she gets to trial. Who knows? And then are we going to come back here and say, oh, I guess Carl was right about that too? I sent Carl some info to explore the Florida State Parks while he in the Keys with his sweetie. I'm an avid FL State Park pass holder for 25. That was very nice of you, True. That was amazing of you to do that. I started to watch Karen Reed and quickly backed away. Yeah, like I'm gonna do that, the sheriff one, but I bet you that turns into a Karen Reed situation. I have never seen something split a town and surrounding counties like that did. That was something else. Okay, we'll get back to Carl.
Definitely a co-conspirator from all the evidence known at the time. And for Rashbaum to go from Donna to Charlie and then back to Donna was just like unheard of. I don't know any lawyer in America that would do something that reckless.
Same here,
and
Scott.
Crazy. And so anyway, I made those kind of comments way back when he first appeared. And yet it wasn't considered like a big deal in the Florida courts there. So they have similar ethical rules all throughout the United States. So pretty much you look at one ethical rule in one state and the other state, you're going to have something almost identical. So event, it always bothered me that this Rashbaum thing was hanging out there. I mentioned it numerous times that the judge did not even properly inquire as to this conflict of interest. And the judge should have really made Donna realize that this is not going to end well. And if you want to get a fair trial, a decent trial, and you want lawyers that are really going to fight for you, you don't hire somebody that represented somebody that got convicted right before you.
You don't. I don't know, guys, but if you're a lawyer or if you're a defendant, if you're a defendant, are you looking for a winner or a loser? I'm just saying, a winner or a loser. I would not be hiring the same person that got my son life. KR split YouTube. It was and continues to be brutal. Absolutely. I'm getting the sense too, the sheriff's case stirs a lot of emotions on both sides. Yeah. OG says, remember Donna said to Wendi, everybody's looking to protect you. That includes Willie Meggs, Jack Campbell, Tim Jansen, etc. They're all protecting Wendi. But why? That is the question. Why would Jack Campbell be protecting Wendi? Because honestly, if he was protecting Wendi, why did he go after the Adelsons at all? Willie Meggs had it set up for them not to be. So why would Jack Campbell then go after them? I agree with what you're saying. I agree with that there's some kind of fun business going on, but I'm just trying to figure out why Jack Campbell would even go after the Adelsons at all. I lived in Kentucky for almost 20 years. Sorry, Becky Island. I lived in Kentucky for almost 20 years, and I wouldn't want to be on that jury. People just got too close and opinionated to be healthy. Yeah. OG collage maker, why? Why are they protecting Wendi Adelson? Does she have dirt on them? Like, there's got to be something, guys. It truly has, and it's. Hi, Orly. Welcome. As a participating or practicing attorney for 35 years, I do respect Carl and agree with the premises of his arguments. However, I feel that he should show some deference to his fellow counselors. And because you're an attorney, I'm going to respect that. As a non-attorney, as a victim of horrific crime myself, it really, really, really bugs me when other lawyers don't stand up for the truth. They would rather just, and I'm not saying you, Orly, I'm not saying you at all. Other lawyers would just rather talk from both sides of their mouths. Like today, that one. Oh, I feel so sorry for the Dan Markel family. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It's this, it's that. I'll represent Donna. Or I'm not saying this against you, Orly. It's as from a victim's point of view, please understand, as a victim's point of view, it's really irritating to see lawyers that won't stand up for the people and won't call out other lawyers. I appreciate him for calling out other lawyers. And I appreciate what you're saying, because what you're saying makes sense. It's just, as from a victim's view, it doesn't sit well. They're all protecting Wendi because of top coverage from Harvey and Donna pushing through Willie Meggs. Willie Meggs has a lot of influence. Still? You think Willie Meggs still has a lot of influence? Because if he still had a lot of influence, again, I'm going to go back to, why did Jack Campbell even come after them in the first place? No, I don't think he's protecting Wendi. I don't think Tim Jansen is protecting Wendi. He just doesn't want to call out other lawyers. We've seen him talk about Daniel Rashbaum. We've seen it during Charlie's case. All of a sudden, this bomb drops, and it's not Daniel's fault. Not Daniel's fault. Me too. It is so weird. And the sheriff didn't appear to be a mess. Judge seemed to have been watching some dirt on the cam for some time. Yeah. I think that's going to be a case, something else. Maybe, Leah says, maybe Wendi and Donna was, no. Maybe Wendi, no. No, I don't think that's possible. Leah. Maybe that's the lawyer thing. I really respect Carl for taking a stand. So do I. And that's what I said to Orly. It's in any profession. It's just not lawyers. I'm not going to say it's about just lawyers. Police do it. They stand up for their own. Teachers do it. They stand up for their own. Nurses do it. They stand up for their own. Doctors do it. In any profession, they stand up for their community. They can badmouth these people like they've done on YouTube. But when all it drops and all of a sudden there might be people reporting them or bar complaints, whatever, instantly. Like this woman, she said that Judge Everett, or something about how, it was brother counsel that said it was not right for Judge Everett if he put in a complaint. He didn't agree with that. Who's going to put in a complaint if the judges don't? Like, basically saying it was tattletaling. Come on. Talk about not knowing your audience and saying, but I'll represent. Right? Talking from both sides of your mouth. I don't know how you can talk. And I'll say, Rochelle, put in chat. Of course you will. It's a big paycheck. Tim said he didn't think that Wendi would be arrested because of lack of evidence. With more evidence that's come in, now he believes there's enough evidence to prosecute. Yep, I agree, Becky. I'm not coming down at Tim. I will point out when Tim has talked from both sides of his mouth, but I'll call that out. Hey, Jesus lover, welcome back. I respect that Carl spoke the truth. When we condone bad behavior, it breeds an environment where people won't speak out. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you, Jesus lover. OG says, because that's what Willie Meggs wants Jack Campbell to do. He wants Wendi protected. But he tried to protect all the Adelsons. And does Willie Meggs still have that much power? True, you're in Tallahassee. Does Willie Meggs still have that much power in Tallahassee? Because honestly, if he had that much power, why didn't somebody run against Jack Campbell? Bumble, I can't see how law enforcement agent can let what happened to Dan go anytime after the first arrests were made. It is so obvious we had this done and why. A bunch of bureaucratic BS. Bumble, absolutely. I agree. And it's time for people to start calling Jack Campbell out. I've done it. Good to see you. Harvey and Donna won't have the funds to keep greasing wheels. They'll run out of money soon. I tell myself this. Speculation. Yeah. Because we all heard Phil say, I don't know why people are saying they don't have money because they got lots. I agree with Jansen when he said not enough to convict Wendi. Changed mind since. Yeah. So do I. Orally, I am truly sorry that you have had that experience with us attorneys. For me personally, I'm always working for my client's best interest and outcome. Absolutely, Orally. I agree. And most lawyers do work for their best interest. And I don't have anything against lawyers, except when I would rather see them call out bad behaviors in their community. I rally behind that. But I can't rally behind double talking. I've never been that. Miss Sky says, orally, yes, I agree. Carl completely could edit his vocabulary and keep the message, but it wouldn't be as spicy. See, and I like Carl spicy. I do. Orally, we had a long discussion about this last night. We sure did. Sorry, my phone's going off. You are... Sorry, guys. At Miss Sky, I just lose some credibility for him. I'll report a fellow nurse in a heartbeat if I see something illegal. Just saying. Yep, Irene. And there is people that they're not in the masses. They don't care what people think. They care for justice. They care for the truth. They don't, and that's what I'm trying to say. Please research the budget of Leon County and all their MERNs. We don't have the state attorney to handle cases. It's not political. Adelsons are hardcore Democrats. Campbell, not so much. He's pro-popo. George says, Donna is a true control freak. There is no question about her guilt, but Wendi definitely played the manipulative instigator. I agree. Because she knew her mom's personality, they need to try them both together. But they keep coming out with this stupid line. We need Wendi to testify to get the emails in. If that's all you have against Donna, let her out, shut the doors, be done. You honestly, if that's all you have on Donna, enough. Perhaps sometimes causing controversy brings on the following. Yep. Oh, I get it. I get some people will shy off. I won't though, because I just enjoy watching a lawyer call BS when there's BS. They have the evidence to arrest Wendi. I think they're trying the one-by-one approach to avoid young thug situation. True, you don't think it's because they're a little gun shy because of the double trial for Katie? Becky Ireland says the Florida bar is there specifically for non-attorneys to file complaints. Lawyers like to think it's just for them to tattletale. Wrong. Yep. LJ, Tallahassee, small town, just over 200,000 people and about 2,000 lawyers. It's a small club. They probably all know each other, at least professionally. Well, you heard ML say he was golfing with Rashbaum. Or, sorry, not golfing, playing tennis with Rashbaum. Right? So, Willie Meggs and Jack Campbell were protecting all Adelsons. Now they're... Never stop protecting Wendi. It all goes to Willie Meggs and his relationship with Harvey. I don't see where Willie Meggs and Jack Campbell are intertwined. Because he wouldn't have went after the Adelsons because Willie Meggs didn't want to go after the Adelsons. But when Jack Campbell got in, they went after the Adelsons. And if there was such a relationship with Harvey, with Willie Meggs, Donna would not be sitting in jail. So Willie and the Adelsons. I agree with the Willie Meggs and the Adelsons. I just don't agree with the intertwining of Jack Campbell. I think Jack Campbell's balls are in someone's purse, and he needs to go find them. Carl said he would file a complaint against Rashi. Yep. Orly, my partner, two of my kids and son-in-law are attorneys. I understand what you're saying, friend. Appreciate your comments also. Oh, absolutely. I understand what Orly's saying. And I appreciate Orly's comments. I'm just saying from my perspective, I think highly of an attorney that's willing to step out of the masses and speak to the truth. And if it sounds coarse or if it sounds whatever, I appreciate that. As a victim, I appreciate seeing that. Yep, Orly, we welcome all opinions and positions here and are grateful for your chat. Absolutely. Crime and Coffee crew, your thumbnail made me laugh out loud. Thank you, Latu. Thank you. I had fun with it. It seems lawyers aren't calling this out because they don't want the trouble that comes with making waves. Exactly, Bob. They don't want to make waves, and I get it. I'm just saying from my perspective, I appreciate police, all of them. But if they're willing to stand up and speak to the masses that maybe aren't right, I want to respect them more. I do. The issue with TPD and Mags, why did TPD get their attorney to file a motion to seal the original PC? Then Circumstance unsealed it over the other judges. Weird circumstance. Absolutely true. That was really weird. B Rabbit says, appreciating the discussions and people feeling comfortable to have different views. Thanks, Rochelle and Coffee Crew. That's the way it is here. We can have different views. We can discuss. And guess what? Nobody gets called names. Great point, Rochelle. If they're relying on emails, that's not a good sign. Exactly. If they need those emails, if they need Wendi so bad on that stand to get these emails in, that's all you got on Donna? Shut the door. Be done with it. Stick a fork in her. She's done. Like, honestly, you've got to have more on Donna, and instead of needing your precious Wendi on that stand. ML is thirsty, just my snarky opinion. I snark with you. OG, if you want the answer why they're never going to arrest Wendi, I just gave it to you. You can disagree, but that is the answer. Harvey and Donna don't want Wendi arrested. Okay. And I read your opinion and I listened to it and I discussed it. I don't see, like I said, if there's such an attachment with Megs and Harvey, that Harvey was willing to sacrifice his wife to keep Wendi safe. That's my point. Why was when I could see them sacrificing Charlie, I could see it. I just can't see Harvey sacrificing Donna. If you can explain why Harvey would sacrifice Donna, I will listen. Not that misinformation. There's no relation between Harvey and Mags. Yeah. I don't agree that there is, because Harvey would not sacrifice Donna. Guys, the communication I've been having with Donna, there is no way they would sacrifice each other. There's no way. I agree, Rochelle. Call BS, and Carl has the courage to do that. It's rare to see that. I agree. That's my opinion. True crime wifey, if I understand correctly, Willie Meggs had an adversarial relationship with TPD. Yes. Didn't get along with TPD. OG says Harvey and Meggs have been friends for decades, and that's fine. They can be friends for decades. I'm just saying, Harvey would not sacrifice Donna. He wouldn't. Just wouldn't. Donna wouldn't sacrifice Harvey. True crime wifey, why is Meggs protecting the Adelsons? I'm confused. Sorry. I don't see it, because the Adelsons would not have been arrested at all if they were intertwined with Jack Campbell. I think Jack Campbell just needs to find his balls. That's it. Maybe Wendi hypnotized Willie with her beautiful blue eyes. Can you imagine? Sorry, Carl said that he wouldn't file a complaint. Oh, he's not going to. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up, Monarch. Thumper, we are seeing some lawyers who go for the money, others go for justice. You have to factor in the hard knocks on an honest lawyer has endured. When they speak, you have to respect all their experiences. Absolutely. And I respect Orly. I absolutely respect Orly. I respect all lawyers except for Daniel Rashbaum. I do not respect him. I think this case is so much out there. Someone is hiding something. The confidence of this ridiculous family is way too high and otherwise. I agree, Jill. I'm just waiting for another bomb to drop by December 10th, honestly. Welcome, Jill, to the coffee crew. Thank you for becoming a member. Leah thinks Wendi and Willie are intertwined. I don't know. Yes, there's a relationship between Meggs and Campbell. There are small communities. Campbell's dad was Larry Leon sheriff for years. Larry Leon, sheriff for years. Willie should have left his office years before he did. So, True, do you think that Campbell is in Willie Meggs' pocket and protecting Wendi Adelson? True. The two. Doesn't anyone wonder how ML and Rashi ended up on the tennis courts together? How did that happen? Who contacted who? I think they probably contacted each other. But like I said, and I have nothing against Mentor Lawyer, but I just don't like him. I don't. He talks from both sides of his mouth. 1 minute Rash Bomb is this, next minute Rash Bomb's not. No, it was nobody's fault this happened. Come on. George, do you really think this one at a time prosecution is appropriate? They originally tried Sigfredo and Katie together, so why keep wasting time? Justice for Markel's and not lock up Wendi too. I'm all for put them all behind bars. I'm all for it. If they're all behind bars and it takes 4 or 5 years to get them all through, I'm fine with that. They are not walking. They are not breathing the fresh air. They're not seeing the beautiful that's out there. They took that away from Dan. It needs to be taken away from them, and it needs to be taken away now. After watching the clear corruption in the KR case, it becomes easier to see the patterns here and in Kentucky. So, Bob, are you saying you're starting to see corruption patterns in the Adelson? George, I think it's bad move to clip them off one at a time. Gives too much wiggle room for Wendi. Yep. And Wendi is sitting there just enjoying, drinking maybe her fancy drinks for her meal. She is loving her life. She's enjoying it. Hey, Carol, welcome. I love that our coffee crew always agrees to disagree agreeably, right? That is the best way of, I wouldn't have it any other way. Claudia says, OG college maker, I don't think Willie has influence anymore because power changes. True says, just FYI to coffee crew, what's discussed here is speculation, but people may want to try and make it a fact on other channels to discredit this channel and call her misinformation. Thank you, True. We're speculating. We talk, we discuss, we go down rabbit holes. We go off the rails. But you never hear an argument in this channel. We don't argue with each other. We discuss. So that being said, if anybody does want to discredit this channel, go right ahead. Go right ahead. They've tried. And we're strong together, and we'll stay strong together, and we're going to keep discussing, bantering, going down rabbit holes, going off the rails, because that's what the coffee crew does. So thank you, True, for pointing that out. Harvey and Donna seemed almost fused. Like I said, Irene, in my conversations with Donna, her biggest thing is to protect her family, to save her family. Let me correct my words. To save her family, and the rest is about Harvey. There's no way Harvey would sacrifice Donna. There's just no way. George, Irene, I agree. To be honest, the only Adelson convicted at this time is Charlie, and he had the least to gain. The other 3 needed to be tried and convicted. George, bingo. Charlie was dispensable. Charlie was dispensable. Harvey and Donna are far too intertwined to turn on each other. They just won't. They just won't. And he would not sacrifice. Willie makes mentored Jack Campbell, brought him up, protected him. Willie Meggs is a kingmaker. I'm going to have to sit on that one, OG. Please like, subscribe, and share. Thanks, Sky. Jill says, I do have to wonder about Harvey throwing Donna under the bus. He seemed to be a bit wishy-washy about getting on that plane. Really? Did you think he was wishy-washy? If it was me, I would have been up those damn escalators. I would have been, see ya. I would have been gone. But honestly, Jill, the way Donna talks about Harvey, those two are not going to turn on each other. Will Rashi start his own channel? Can you imagine? Oh, please do. Please do. Don't feel bad about not respecting Rashi. Respect is not necessarily your birthright. As a lawyer, you have to earn it. Just saying. Becky, I agree. I don't feel bad about not. Rashbaum, he filled his pockets. It wasn't, there was not one bit of that was honorable to defend his client, like Orly said. He was not honorable about that. He was counting the Benjamins, is what he was doing. Orly says, I am no fan of Daniel Rashbaum, but he was way over his head with both CA and DA cases. He burned himself at the stake. I agree. And like I said, Orly, I don't think out of any lawyers, Daniel Rashbaum did not do it to be honorable or to defend his client. He just did it to fill his pockets, in my opinion. He also said that the waiver wasn't a big deal, and yet here we are. Delay, canoe. Yep. Oh, and he also said on STS that he had 4 signed waivers. No, Jack Campbell's not a servant to Megs. He may have helped him get elected, but they are different mindsets and different generations, in my opinion. OG says Willie Megs can't protect all the Adelsons anymore. He has surrendered to the fact, but Donna and Harvey wish is to protect Wendi forever. But Harvey would not throw Donna under the bus. I'm sorry. I respect your opinion, but I am sorry. Harvey and Donna would not throw each other under the bus. And that's just from my interactions, my conversations I've had with Donna, and it's just not happening. Is it corruption or incompetence? A little from column A and a little from column B, eh, B-Rabbit? Yeah, and you're right, Sky. He was so far out of his expertise. Leap Day Boy, welcome. Wendi is eating fancy chow and drinking fancy wine. I agree with you. I agree. Living her best life. Sky Troop, I'm going to help myself to a moldy stack or 2 after that, if it's okay with you. Oh, Bob, that's great. Orly says, Sky Troop completely, it was pathetic, and the Markels were victimized again. 100%. OG says, how can anyone say there has not been any relationship with Harvey and Megs? That's the reason we're all here. Well, actually, the reason we're all here, OG, is because Dan Markel was gunned down in his garage. That's the reason we're all here. That's the reason I'm here. I could give 2 shits about all the bureaucratic people, all the lawyers, and I'm sorry, Orly, I'm not meaning you. All the lawyers, all the corruption, all of that. The reason I'm here, and it's the focus I will never lose, is because a good man was gunned down in his garage. So if there's a relationship with Harvey, and there's a relationship with Megs, so be it. There probably is. I'm not going to disagree because I do not know. But I will say, and I will disagree, that Harvey would let his wife go down. Just not happening. That is not happening. I just don't. It's not. Bob from accounting, I was going to say near that, but you said it better. Are you getting all serious on us? Wendi is drinking her dinners, right? At Orly, I am a huge victims advocate, so I appreciate perspective. Yep, so do I. Orly is loosening up pretty soon. He'll be making banana bread cracks. Welcome to the crew. Thank you. Always fashionably late. George, honestly, what do you think is going through the Markel boys' minds right now? Their father has been murdered. Their uncle and grandmother are locked up, and are living with Wendi truly sad. God. I don't even want to think what's going through those boys' minds. They're probably it's a constant, it will have to be a constant tug of war in their brains. A constant, they're living in a constant tug of war. It's sad. These two boys, like I have said a million times, have mountains and mountains to climb to get out of this, to get clarity, to get out of the murk of it all. And their daddy will walk beside them. I believe 100% will walk beside those two boys for the rest of their lives. They're going to go 2 steps forward, 50 steps backwards. They're in for it. They're in the murk for a long time. I'm with George Dixon. What do the boys know about this situation? I feel for the boys. I agree. Well, there was something that was said that Wendi told the boys about Donna and Charlie. So if Wendi was guzzling Pepto-Bismol before any arrest, how much more so? Now that there are only 2 Adelsons to go, I think every passing car would make her sweat. See, and I don't think so, because she knows. They've went public, Carol, saying they won't arrest Wendi until she knows. So now she's looking at what, 2 years? Possibly another 2 years? She's loving this. Thank you, Kimber, so much. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you. Hey, Jane's World. Just arriving. Hiya, chat people. Right on, Rochelle. I'm not sure because I'm behind on chat where I was right, but thanks, Bumble. George Dixon, I wonder if the boys ever know it's their dad's birthday tomorrow. Dan was notorious for acknowledging birthdays. I'm certainly going to sing for him tomorrow, out of key and loud. I got my yahrzeit candle. I'm pretty sure I said that wrong. I will be lighting this for Dan tomorrow. Yahrzeit candle. I may not comment all the time, but I appreciate you. And I appreciate you too, Kimber. Thank you. Leap says those boys are old enough for social media and their classmates will talk. Absolutely. Whoa. I promise you their daddy will not be walking beside them. He was shot. Excuse me? You don't think that he's going to be an angel for his boys? No, I do not accept your cold reality. Their daddy will walk beside those boys. He will be their angel for the rest of their lives. No, I don't accept that. I'm sorry, OG, but no, I do not accept that. They never got to know Dan's parents. So sad. It is. Don't minimize victims' pain by saying daddy will be there with them when it's not. You don't know me. You're new to this channel. If you think I minimize victims' pain, you're sorely wrong. You are sorely wrong. I walk myself in victim shoes, which now is warrior shoes, every single day of my life. I don't go on every day about it. I walk in those shoes and I will protect any victim there is out there to be protected. So when I say those boys have mountains and mountains to climb because they are in murk, they got a tug of war going on their brain every day. And I'm sorry if somebody said to me, my grandfather walks with me, he walks beside me, he is my angel. That's not minimizing a victim's pain. That's comforting. So I'm sorry, OG, but I don't know what's wrong with you. Dan's boys are not being homeschooled, so I would put money that they spend a lot of time looking things up in internet. I agree. And they go to people's friends. Spirit doesn't count when your dad was shot in the forehead and died 14 hours later and you need him. Like you really need him, but everybody tells you, oh, he's there in spirit. Of course they really need their daddy. And they will always really need their daddy. It's not minimizing any of that. Carol says, I am well rehearsed in bird law. Hey, Banana, welcome back. Hello, my friends. Yeah, Jill, oh boy. Irene says, wow, I'm an atheist and would never say that. No, I think you're right, True. I really do. You are such a warm and class act content creator. Thank you, Orly. I am very... I'm just stunned that someone would say that. This is very respectful to victims. Wow. And Irene, is it me? Is it me, guys? Because honestly, if I'm being disrespectful to those two boys, which I never name, people know their names. I do not name them. Please, someone tell me. To my prayers are with those boys, two boys. The Adelsons are truly evil. Dan Markel's looking over them as we speak and will guide them through the craziness and help them climb those mountains. Thank you. Okay, George, I'm not going crazy. I pray that Danny's spirit lives within the boys. He may not be here physically, but he lives within them. Wendi will come to reckoning. Thank you. Most of us have been victims of some sort here, OG. No one minimizing people's pain. No, my God, I would never do that. Orly, OG college maker. Wow, my family and friends that have passed one are with me every day. I am well rehearsed in bird law. Laugh out loud. Sorry, it's okay. Sometimes people hit the bottle and get really lippy and mean on social media. Thanks. Don't engage, Rochelle. Not worth your time and energy. Thanks, Jill. Rochelle, he lost someone and had no one to help him. I am close okay, you're close to that person? Okay, thanks, Deb. OG, I'm just saying, listen, I don't know if you're a guy or girl, but I'm saying, if you're hurting, please understand. Me saying that Dan Markel is an angel. He's an angel for his mom. He's an angel for his dad, his sister, his niece, his nephews. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. And honestly, please, if you are hurting and you need to reach out to someone, I will listen. If you need to yell and scream at someone just to let it out, I will listen to you. I understand needing to let that out. What's the bird law thing? I don't know. Shame on you, OG college maker. Did you seriously have nothing better to do than say things that may hurt the boys if you see your remarks? I'm very sorry. I'm going to listen in shortly and like an adult. Carol. Beta version like an adult. Oh, I'm sorry, Carol. No, we're all not happy about these heartless comments. Oh, okay. Crime and coffee crew, you're being fished in, I think. Just my opinion. Okay. All right. No, you are so not being respectful at all. Thank you so much, Orly. Mrs. Guy, some folks just don't have the capacity of understanding the weight of spirit. What a lonely existence. Oh, you seem to have a few agendas going on. Okay, thanks, B Rabbit. I am so sorry. Like, I don't want to upset anybody. In the place of these comments, I'm sorry. I'm going to listen in and behave like an adult. Thank you, Carol. I hope I'm not coming across as not acting like an adult. George, Crime and Coffee, you run a great chat and show everyone respects. Thank you for your passion for the Markels. Thank you so much, George. Hello, Elaine. Welcome. I am an atheist, but I understand what you mean. They're going to need everything they have to get through this. They have their father's strength. Absolutely. And Carol, I'm sorry if I upset you. I truly am. Leap Day. There's a time and place for everything. Oh, gee, this isn't the forum. Thank you. It's not. We like to laugh and joke and discuss things. Like, look, we're an hour and 16 minutes and we've only done 2 minutes and 20 seconds of Carl. Like, this is what happens. This is what happens. I want to hear Carl cuss. So now you want Miss Sky. Now you want to hear Carl cuss. You really need to stop apologizing. You're creating a safe place here. Thanks, Jill. Well, since you asked, Bird Law is from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I gotta look that up, Carol. I apologize. I don't understand what it is, but I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna write it down. I'll make sure I look it up. It could well also be that OG's message is lost in translation. At times, the written message doesn't come across as intended. Absolutely. And that's why I was trying to be, I want to hear Carl cuss too. Let's listen to Carl cuss.
So this made no sense. Any client that'd be dumb enough to do something like that, or a defendant that does something like that, you need to step in as a judge and shut it down. But it never happened. It kept on going on. And I raised it a number of times that, I just still wasn't really sitting well. And in any event, when this thing blew up in the court's face with Charlie not consenting based on what his counsel Ufferman decided to not allow him to sign a written waiver of the conflict that Rashmam had with his other client, Donna, then the whole thing became unraveled, and it forced the issue to then have Rashmam off the case. And what I couldn't figure out is even these Tallahassee lawyers that are on YouTube, there's one that was saying that the conflict is cured and Alex Morris can still stay on the case. If you look at my last videos, I even made a title page that said that the judge must remove all three lawyers, or words to that effect. And so I thought even this commissar guy that we saw a notice of appearance, Adam Commissar, he was that young looking attorney that came in there as the conflict-free lawyer to cross-examine Charlie. I mean, that whole thing was just an absolute circus, I thought. And as it turns out, based on Judge Everett's ruling, he not only declared that Rashmam had to go, but he's also saying Alex Morris is conflicted. And he's also saying this Adam Commissar is conflicted. And that's exactly what I was saying. So I just wasn't sure how this is going to turn out. And Alex Morris, obviously based on the filing by Adam Commissar is not going to be lead counsel. It's supposed to be Alex Morris. So for Alex Morris to take this case and Commissar to be on there as well, it's just beyond belief. The lunacy going on in that courtroom there, and nobody understands these rules, which are really elementary. I'm not trying to act like this is some sophisticated, nuanced law that only certain lawyers that have been practicing in this area specialty of criminal law for many years should understand. The criminal law
Jeepers. No. No. Muhammad for Allah. my dad was murdered. Always hurt to hear people say it. It's okay. He's still here with you. My 2 cents. I get that. I 100% get it. And I just want to say, I don't know you. You don't know me. I just want to say how sorry I am that you lost your dad. I'm not going to say that your dad is with you or anything like that. What I was saying while I was muted, because that's the thing I do, is it could be comfort for me to say that, for me to feel and hope and pray that Dan is with his boys through this somehow, some way. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I thank you for saying that it did not comfort you. And I just want to say how sorry I am for your loss. I can't imagine having your dad murdered. And if you want to send me an email with your dad's name, you can see the bottom ticker here. Any victim, I put their name on this ticker. It scrolls every single show. I will put your dad's name on that ticker. I wish Carl could meet with Dawn. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Not as her attorney, but to plead with her to disclose the entire truth. Donna has to now realize that Wendi played her like a fiddle. And Charlie. Oh, yes, muted, but I didn't get apples. I did not get apples. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, OG, but it sounds like they needed a family member that died when very young, but being told that dad is there in spirit doesn't help and may hurt a young person. Thrusting on the Rocky statue over there, Bob. Yeah, at Leap, exactly. You know where you stand with Carl. I agree. We definitely are between a rock and a hard place here. And I respect all victims, all survivors of victims. And like I said, it could be just our personal way of hoping and praying for the best for these boys. Muhammad for Allah, right when my mom passed, I returned to work. A person said to me, it's only going to get worse. I can't even speak. I was so hurt. Feels awful. Claudia, yeah. And it's the same with my grandpa. I was so close to my grandpa. He was my world. He was my everything. He was my everything. And when I went through what I went through, what got me through it was, and it's just my experience, what got me through was thinking I wasn't walking alone, even though I couldn't see my grandfather, even though I couldn't hug him or talk to him, that I knew he wouldn't leave me abandoned in that situation. He would be there for me in some possible way. So that's what I mean, guys, when I say that. So I know it might not work for other people, but for me, saying that their daddy will walk with them is my way of hoping some way those boys can be comforted through this. Care should be taken to validate. I know this is tough. A child experience is not invalid and invalidate it. It'll be okay in general. It's at some point might never be. Those boys might never come to terms with this. This is their whole family. This isn't just one person in their family. It's their whole family. But I appreciate what you're saying, Muhammad. I truly do. I'm a believer and have had family members make contact, but I am growing. I think harder for preteens and teens. The world is already crazy. Right, Deb? It is. I'm confident everyone here has good intentions. Absolutely, B Rabbit. I would never. No, Muhammad, I did not pile on OG. If you go back and look at the comments, OG was coming at me for what I said. I did not pile on OG. I said I disagreed, but just like you and we're having a conversation. I'm not calling you out. I'm not coming down on you. We have a difference of opinion. But I appreciate your opinion, and I've said that a few times. People in pain sometimes express themselves through anger. It's good to ask, why are you angry? You seem to be in pain. They need someone to open the door to talk. Absolutely, LJ. My father died almost 44 years ago when I was a toddler. If I didn't believe that he was watching over me and walking with me and protecting me for the past 44 years, where would I be? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So if OG collage maker is hurting, then I understand, but I also like Coffee's kind thoughts. And I absolutely do. If OG has lost somebody and that thought of where I said their daddy be walking beside them affects them, same as Muhammad, if that's not comforting, I understand that that's not comforting for you. All I'm saying is I wish for all the best for those boys, and I wish and pray, pardon me guys, I wish and pray that Dan's spirit is so strong for those boys that he will be there every step of the way. That's all I'm saying. Claudia, I lost 6 family members in the space of 22 months. Oh my goodness, Irene. The things people would say, I used to shake my head to myself. I'm sorry about your mom. I don't understand the I'm sorry. People used to say that to me all the time about my grandfather because they knew our bond. Carl's entitled to his opinion, but to come on a very public platform with them is why he is egotistical. If he thinks he could do better than the prosecution, I am sure they would hire him. Oh, I kind of wish they would, Orly. I kind of wish they would. Hey, Tattles, welcome. Speaking the truth is a lonely business. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Bob. Oh, Carl would show Jack Campbell how it should be done. I agree. And Muhammad says, but when dad is there one day and then the next day he is not, and you're a 6-year-old kid, it's really, really hurtful to hear, oh, he's still here in spirit. I get that. I 100% get that. But that being said, Wendi also said that at the bar mitzvah. She also said about Abba. So I agree with what you're saying. It can, because they're not understanding. But as these boys are almost at adult age, they're getting there. So I agree with you, Muhammad. At the same time, I think that would you be upset if one of those boys came on any one of these channels and said, I know my dad walks with me? Would you be upset about that? Exactly. If he thinks he can do better, do it. He won't, though. They don't if they don't pay enough. Hello, Selena. Welcome. Anyone in Florida get out before the Cat 5 Hurricane Milton? Oh my God. I can't. I honestly don't understand why freaking Florida is getting hit so hard. So I really think you do not need to justify different feelings, beliefs. You have already grounded this on your channel. This is your platform, and everyone here knows you mean the best. Thanks, Jill. I think the prosecution team would appreciate the backing of someone like Carl Steinbeck. I sure would. all should run for prosecutor in Leon County and show them how it should be done. True. Can you please run for prosecutor? I'm sorry for your loss, Muhammad. So am I. Absolutely. Oftentimes when someone dies, people say things that are truly not helpful, but the people are well-meaning. True wife, I think different religions offer different views of how faith works. I agree. And I don't ever minimize anybody's religion. Absolutely not. Hello, Jibs, my friend. How are you today? Hello, hello. All right. Oh, it ain't crime and coffee if we don't get a little bit through the weeds. Depending on where people are in their grieving process, the circumstances of their loved ones passing, their relationship with other person who has passed, and their own health and well-being is individual. Yep. And I would never, ever just say anything bad about that. Crime and coffee, your intentions are completely genuine, so please don't change your passion for the Markels. You definitely not need to apologize for anything. Dan Markel is looking over his sons. I'm a believer of that. This man loved his boys so much that everywhere was about the boys. His office was about the boys. His house was about the boys. The man cried to his mother, which is written in her book. My boys don't have a home. There's no way. I'm good getting ready for work, boo. Oh, I hope you have a... Hey, Axe, hello. I don't believe in church or religion. I believe in God as my creator. I'm not a church goer. I'm not. This is the first channel where, as a victim, I felt not heard and piled on after I saw what you did through those... Oh, Muhammad, I don't know what you're going on about, but there's no way. There's not one person in this channel that would come at me saying I'm not here for a victim or I went heard. Do you not recall me just saying, please email me? I'd like to put your dad's name on the ticker and make sure it runs for as long as this channel goes. I am here for victims. I'm not going to have you tell me I'm not. I've said to you, I understand what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. So who's being piled on? You or me? By you. I'm sorry, Muhammad. And this is the first channel where, as a victim, I felt not heard and piled on after I saw what you did through those other people. What other people? I had a conversation with OG. I was discussing with OG. What other people are you talking about? B-Rabbit, this is profound knowledge. Is so true. Honestly, guys, can I just say this? Is this my email creators coming at me under different names? I don't have I entered in a parallel universe? Like, something's not right. Orally, people have the right to criticize the prosecution. Everyone deals it. Sometimes it's constructive. They can learn from the critic. No profession should exempt to be shielded. And I think Orly said that too, LJ, but I agree. I 100% agree with you on that one. True. I think you're absolutely right. Thank you for your text message. I greatly appreciate it. Something's not right. I'm getting a bad feeling. Who's the next victim that wants to take over tonight? Right? Yes, Becky, it's a relationship, not religion. Men creates religion. Jesus wants a relationship. Yeah. Muhammad, that doesn't ring true with my experience on this channel. I don't think I came at Muhammad at all. Played fast and loose with Sixth Amendment. The Constitution is a serious matter. We're not criticizing his facial hair. I did. I did. Barb. Hey, Barb. Welcome back. Muhammad is not who he says he is. It's pretty obvious. Orally, LJ, I agree, but the same thing, negative talk can be effective. Carl should go directly to DA and share his opinions. If I feel like we're in an alternate, it feels like B-Rabbit, I agree. I feel like I've entered like this warp time zone, because I've never been accused of not being for victims. I've never been accused. Rochelle, the bigger your channel grows, the more trolls you'll attract. Ignore it. Thank you, Becky. I will. That's it. Hello, my friend Shrez. Hi, everybody. I'm late. That's okay. We're Shrez. We are 1 hour and 36 minutes in. We are 1 hour and 36 minutes into this stream, and we've only did 4 minutes and 12 seconds of the video. Oh, the motive was distraction from the topic at hand. Well, and guys, I'm always going to say, I send out good vibes and good prayers and everything for those boys every single night. Every single night. And my intentions on this channel is, for this case, is justice for Dan. Justice for Dan will always run on my ticker. Justice for every victim out there. DA ain't gonna care. This is public shaming tactic. Carl is trying to put pressure on the DA's office. Private convo won't do that. We've only heard that Carl is engaged. that's it. Oh, that is it. Jill Jane, I think you are correct, and use distraction to take away from the topic. I agree. They did. Many attempts to create chaos on purpose to get us to question ourselves and our views of reality. That was gaslighting it. That's what, yep. But you know what? We still have the conversation and nobody else is arguing in here. I got your back, sister. So does Sky Troopers. LJ, for sure, our Constitution is ultimate and what makes our judicial system the fairest. Hey, my friend Top Cat, long time no see. That at Muhammad has been in other chats involved in nasty pylons of other creators, hypocritical claiming to be a victim. Thank you, Top Cat. We are not gaslit. No, I will always have a conversation. Always on Sunday. Always on. Wow. Always on the sunny side of life, everyone. One negative issue does not overpower our group. Onwards. Forwards. We have our marching orders. Thanks, the two.
101. If you've been around the block a few times, been practiced a few years, and even the kind of stuff you'd see in law school, maybe they don't go this kind of detail on criminal law cases, but criminal law conflicts are not fixable like they are in the civil law setting. And most lawyers don't know much at all about criminal law. There's a lot of them on YouTube talking about it, and they just don't know what the heck they're talking about. And even, like I said, now we see criminal lawyers that don't understand this conflict. They were saying that it's conflict-free now for Donna proceed with Alex, and the case is going to go on in 2 months. And so she could also get supplemental counsel, and they were shopping for that. So for Alex to then absorb this commissar guy, I'm just like, what the heck's going on? I was really wondering if the judge is going to step in. So as I looked at this 2.5 page ruling that had like some 40 some other pages of a transcript, I'm trying to pull it up on my phone here. Basically, it says that it talks about how the attorney Rashbaum it became necessary for him to be withdrawn, and that the conflict of interest involving the privilege of information or communication has been imputed to Robert A. Morris. He goes by Alex Morris. So without even going into the details of it, that's why it's so obvious. He doesn't need to go into details. He talks that the conflict of interest involving privileged information or communication. I'm sorry, I already said that. Additionally, their case is rife with potential for the same conflict as to Adam Kaiser. So the mere potential of a conflict. And what I did is, if you recall from one of my last videos, I said merely
Great community. Enjoyed my time here, but I have court tomorrow, so I'm signing off. Thank you. Have a great night, Orly, and I hope you win your case. Good to see you. Okay, let's go back to Carl. He's froze.
I'm losing something here. Exact words I used, but the first case that came up was a Wheat versus United States case. It was a Supreme Court case. I guess Supreme Court wasn't the search court term that I used.
Hello.
And it basically would set it all out there. It had a conflicted counsel that the judge denied. It was co-conspirators on a drug case. And it was a 1988 case. That's exactly the case that the judge cited in this thing. And he goes on to cite some others where he talks about how it's not an automatic right. If you have a Sixth Amendment right to pick your counsel of choice, but that lawyer can't do you any good, the judge can step in and say your conflict, even if it's not actual, the mere potential likelihood of something derailing this criminal case in the administration of justice.
Jill Jane had a comment about the sidewalk. Jill Jane, I think that the sidewalk ends there because it's a selfie spot and they don't want people to walk on grass, because I thought that earlier too. And then I thought, oh, I bet you they put it there because it's a great spot to do selfies or pictures, and they didn't want you walking on the grass. And I love the thumbnail. Thanks, Patricia. Carl's live gets funky at times. His connection went wacky a few times. He did. No, I can't remember where he said he was. He's down in the Keys doing the bum chicka bum bum with his fiance. Good point. It's just, it distracted me too. But I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, what could be the reason for that? And I thought the way the trees are and all that. So I thought, oh, maybe it's a selfie spot. Islamorada. I know I'm saying that wrong. Carl has no time for Whoopi. He's had a smile on his... Carl Steinbeck, please understand, I'm just having fun here. If you see this, we're not He's had a smile on his face a lot in this video. I'm just saying.
For this defendant, the defendant cannot waive that and just say, I'm gonna take a lawyer that's so triangulated. I don't know his loyalty to me. I don't really care. I just want this guy. Sorry, the judge needs to step in and say, you know what? Sorry, that's not the way the law works. Historically, the Supreme Court allows judges like me to step in and say, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm going to stop the insanity. And you're getting this lawyer will not stay on this case. I mean, it's as simple as that. This should have happened back when he first got retained on the case, right after Donna got arrested in the October-November timeframe, right after Charlie's case was concluded, and he was.
Hi, Emery. Welcome.
Convicted of murder, Charlie Adelson being her son. So this whole is like a nonstop thorn in my side, just wondering, it's like, why don't these guys get it? What's going on? And so I frequently brought this up, and I'm just so thankful and relieved now for the Markels more than anything that justice is going to go forward here.
Yep.
The judge now gets it, that this conflict issue is nothing but an absolute reversal of error waiting to happen. There's no way Rashbaum could have stayed on it. There's no way Alex Morris could have stayed on it. And this third party guy, sorry, you guys have been talking. You're bounced. You're out of my courtroom. Yeah. We're not going to have a circus here of you guys trying to like get money out of this client and all sort of ethics thrown to the side. And then this case gets reversed on appeal. And then I got to retry the whole stupid thing as a trial judge. So kudos to Judge Everett stepping up and use the Supreme Court case that was spot on. There's no way this can be appealed. Think back to what State Attorney Jack Campbell said that really ticked me off. He said basically Donna had her counsel of choice and they couldn't step in. Otherwise it could get, reversed on appeal or tied up in appeal. Baloney. That's complete, absolute trash, garbage. A statement he gave. He talked about other cases, how great they did for other cases. And it's really an insult to Marquels. I just still can't believe you make such an idiotic comment like that to the Marquels, talking about how great you do in other cases, and you have 100 murder cases pending there in Tallahassee. So anyway, I just thought this right here is an indictment of his public address statement showing that he doesn't even know the law and he's a state attorney. Okay. So that's why this thing's been dragging on. Nobody cares to know the law and conflicts down there in the Tallahassee courtroom. And finally, the judge steps in and cites the right case law. Nobody's going to appeal this thing. Nobody. Okay. The judge has a Supreme Court case law to back him up. And nobody's that idiotic to try to appeal this thing as an appellate lawyer. You could bring this.
Exactly, Bob. You can see how much this means to him just by how he's talking. You can see it. And Top Cat says, sorry, but this over-the-top rhetoric isn't helping to the Marquels from people who know them. They have a good relationship with the state. And they do. But remember, I don't know if you were on my live, Top Cat, when Campbell did his impromptu thing. I got aggravated. I got annoyed with him. And I think that's just what we're seeing here with Carl. His frustration is high and he's just letting it out. I think that's what it just, hey, Kat, just popped in a few minutes of okay to say hi, listening while getting ready for sleep. Carl is really passionate about this case. He is. And that's what we're seeing. And I understand what Top Cat's saying. I just think what we're seeing from Carl right now is he's just fed up. Like all of us, we're fed up. We're calling for justice, and he's just not being as politically correct as normal. Carl bringing out his Iowa roots with the baloney. Yep. Irene says, my son gets amped like this. He's a tax attorney, though. Baloney. I agree, Top Cat 80. I'm pro Leon County and no attorneys here. I didn't always agree, but love the discussion and rhetoric. Carl is a man. He's one of a few left. I agree. Like I said, guys, and look, True's a moderator. True and I talk on the phone. True and I text. She has a different opinion. Her and I have been on the phone where I'm going at Campbell and she's on her, and we always say, all right, friend, talk to you later. We're not going to see eye to eye, but it's okay. It's okay. The Markels have a great relationship with the state, not with Jack. They're interacting with Georgia and Sarah. Hello, Marie. Welcome. And that's what I love about our community is we can disagree, we can debate, and we all gather again and talk another discussion. That's what I like it about here. And I welcome the different opinions. I welcome it. Because this life would be so freaking boring if everybody thought the same way. It truly would. We'd be a bunch of Stepford wives, and I don't want to be a Stepford wife.
To probably any appellate lawyer in Florida say, hey, do you think we ought to appeal this thing about all these 3 lawyers getting bounced off the case? Rajpam, of course, did it on his own. So we're down to 2 guys that are want to take Donna's money and try this case as defense counsel. It's not going to happen. It's just a complete waste of time. So when you stop to think about what this means for administration of justice, we've waited all these months, almost a year now. Donna's Adelson's been in pretrial confinement. They're in the Leon County Jail, and she's had conflict.
I just don't believe in Jack Campbell.
On what the real ramifications are for what she's waiving. Granted, the judge didn't do it either, okay? But now it's finally been done. But who really faces ramifications now is these attorneys that have been on the case conflicted. So every single one of these attorneys, except for Adam, that being Alex Morris and especially Rostrom, they could be facing malpractice suits for her, the client staying in jail, rotting away in jail there. We've seen how much she's aged over this time frame, and you're not doing a service to justice at all. If you stay on as a conflicted counselor, you're setting yourself up for malpractice. You're setting yourself up for a malpractice, ethical bar complaint, which we understand has already happened for Rashbaum. The same thing will likely happen for Alex.
One of the reasons Carl is so upset is probably because he foresaw this happening with Rashbaum. He's emotionally invested with the Dan Markel parents and fam, too. Yep, I agree, Kat. At Crime and Coffee Crew, you should be more wary of catfish, though. You're too trusting. I am. And I think what got me the most is when people say they're victims. I don't want to question it. That movie, Stepford Wives, Bother Me, still gives me willies. Right, Deb? After Donna was arrested, Jack was asked about Wendi being arrested, and his response was one at a time, but why? Yep. I still think, guys, I'm, and it's my opinion, it's me speculating, that I think that they're gun shy because of the retrial for Katie. I just, that's what I think. Or Jack Campbell just don't have a pair of balls. Honestly, you know what? I should just go buy him a pair and send them. I really should. Here, Mr. Campbell, please put these on and go after Donna Adelson. Oh, that would be freaking hilarious. Yeah, Carl's been on this from day one. I get it, but I still believe the Adelsons will get their due soon. Judge Everett is a good judge. Anne-Marie, I agree he's a great judge. I agree. Now, do I say that they all dropped the ball? Yes, I do. Does everybody have a little egg on their face? Yes, they do. What Judge Everett did the other day was correcting an error, and thank God he did. And I still think George is the bomb. I just think everybody got too complacent or too comfortable with Rashbaum. I truly do. I agree with that. They got a mistrial with Katie in 2019. I think that there's a little bit. Balls don't do much without a backbone. Well, can I buy a backbone too and ship it to them? Because you all know I would. You all know I would. Carl is angry maybe because Charlie's appeal is so much more likely after his preventable mess was allowed to happen. Now, Bob, there's some lawyers out there that say this won't even affect his appeal. It would have if he would have went on that stand. Becky, and because that is the best way to get convictions, you would all be outraged if they got acquitted. Oh, we all would be. I just think that it's just taken forever, Top Cat. You have to agree with that. Did we ever find out if he got the red velvet? Yes, he did. He did, Anne-Marie. He did get the cupcakes. The company that we ordered them for that day called me and told me they were delivered. Every day I wake up and am hopeful this witch has been arrested. It will happen. Jill, I agree with you. Sarah Boone turned down a plea deal for 15 years. She must be on crack because when the jury see that video of George in the suitcase, she's never getting out. That, I don't understand how. Send him a backbone cupcake. I remember the scene from The Heat when Melissa McCarthy busted into her boss. Where are they? Where's your balls? Yo. Backbone cupcakes. Oh, is there such a thing, guys? I'm sure Judge let his staff hit the cupcakes. Well, I hope I'm sure he had one because we know how much he likes red velvet. I'm fixing to rewatch Letterkenny soon, Rochelle. I love Canada more and more. I mean, red green. Oh, Lord. These red, green, all of that. Oh, it gives Canadians such a name. I love red, green too. You can fix everything with duct tape.
Alex Morris as well. So, I mean, this thing's really ugly for these two defense lawyers. And it's only going to get uglier when they get maybe some kind of massive judgment against them, because this thing was a train wreck from the get-go. Nobody understood it down there. Rocket science, I'm coming at.
Topcat88 says, yes, the delays are disappointing, but everyone needs to keep calm and let the process take its course. That is the best for the Marquels, in my opinion. Yes, it is. But I understand the wheels of justice move slow. I understand that. And I'm from Canada, and it's even grinding slow. But my vision of this Justice Topcat is not round wheels, it's Flintstone square wheels. I just think it's moving way too slow. Charlie is looking so pale now with no sun. I'm going to nickname him Pink Pancakes. Pink Pancakes. I don't really care if they prosecute the Adelsons one at a time. For myself, I feel horrible though for the Markels. I think Georgia would do it all at once if she was allowed. You know what? And I have to say, and Topcat, I have to say this. Phil Markel talked to Joel from STS the other day. And he said he is not sure if he's going to live to see justice for his son. So I would say that comment could be taken in many ways. What I hear is they need to move faster. I want to see justice for my son. Just FYI, there are murders in Circuit 2 every day. There's less than 600K population over 6 counties. We are overwhelmed with violence. Leon County is the largest with approximately 300K. Look at stats. No, I agree. But so arrest them all. You don't have to do their case all at the same time. Arrest them all. At least they're off the face of the earth. Well, not off the face of the earth. They're just out of public. Unfortunately, the time being taken is in favor of the Adelsons and not the Markels. This is a problem, in my opinion. 10 years. Yep. And like I said, and I appreciate what Topcat's saying, it's, it's somewhat true. But the problem is when you've got the father of Dan Markel having the thoughts that he might not see justice for his son, that doesn't sit well for me. It just doesn't sit well for me.
You with here, it's Crim Law 101. That's to understand conflicts in the constitutional law setting. So in any event, I think it's finally going to start now, where they understand the conflict of interest rules there in Tallahassee. And what this means actually is now, when you stop thinking about the administration of justice, so the Markels have basically suffered. What is it now? 10 months where Donna has wasted this time waiting to go to trial. They've been waiting to get justice and see her get convicted as she rightfully is due. And now you're basically starting the clock all over again. So now she's got to find a lawyer. For the last 10 months, just wasting away in prison. In jail there. There's a distinction between prison and jail. But her health is not getting any better. The jail food there is absolutely terrible. You can see how she's aged during this time. I mean, you do want administration of justice, even for the defendants. So no matter how guilty they are, you don't want some kind of kangaroo court or a circuit court convicting American citizens. You want to have the utmost, compliance with the due process clause of the Constitution. And it's like the Constitution didn't even apply down there in that courtroom. So I just think it's a great day for the Markels that we're now going to get conflict-free lawyers for Donna. Who knows how much money they have to salvage? Maybe.
Oh, Bob, you are so on. ML feels like Donna was deeply wronged by Everett's decision. You want to talk about a lawyer talking out of both sides of his mouth and his ass. Let me tell you, I just don't understand the man. I don't understand him. He's so far up Rashi's ass, it's unbelievable. I just don't understand him, and that's my opinion, and that's my thing. I'm not going to say anything bad or anything like that. I just don't agree with him.
Maybe they're going to have to sell their high-rise condo to afford it, because, you know, what lawyer is going to want to take this case knowing this thing has been botched up to that degree? How are they going to rehash the motions? You know, all the rulings that the judge made on this case.
Tally girl.
These motions are out there.
Girl. Welcome, Tally girl. If they arrest Wendi now and she were to demand a speedy trial, while Donna's case won't come to trial now for at least another year, the state could be caught flat-footed. But Tally girl, do you not think they have enough evidence on Wendi? Like, we don't know what Sarah Yusuf is going to give, right? I just think, and in my conversations I've had, guys, I think Donna is going to request a speedy trial. She's going to go with a lawyer that's willing to drop everything and focus on her. Now, that's even funnier. Is that a word? Funnier. I think funnier is a word. Top Cat says, yep, I understand that, and it's a terrible situation, but the Adelsons get off, nobody wins. The state has one shot. These are very hard cases to get a conviction. Yeah, they are, but I just can't see them getting there and in front of a jury and the jury finding them not. I just don't, with what we've seen, and we know there's more coming. We know they have more on Donna. Dan Markel and the Markels have been far more wrong than the Adelsons will ever be. I agree, B Rabbit. I don't watch because I feel it isn't a conversation on that channel. It's a class. I didn't watch. Oh, sorry. I think I stepped into a private conversation. Wendi will be punished for the rest of her life, whether she's convicted or not. The boys will never speak to her or see her again when they learn the truth. If they ever do, Barb, if they ever do, I wish the state would have tried Donna with Charlie. I agree, True. Here's a defense attorney. That's how he thinks. Other than that, I don't understand his logic. I have a difficult time following his logic. I think, Shiraz, I think right now, like this is just like any one of us when we vented. I think he's just venting. That's all. Couldn't you still have Wendi testify when incarcerated, or does she still have her Fifth Amendment rights? Well, same as Charlie, right? He doesn't have to testify. Look at Sigfredo. Never once testified. I believe they don't have to. I'm Canadian, so I'm not going to overspeak, but I believe they don't have to testify. Donna was warned this could happen. She chose to proceed anyway. The injustice is her own stupidity. Oh, absolutely. But unfortunately, she could turn it back on Rashbaum. They either need to drop it or go. Now, stop pussyfooting around, get it going, and arrest them already. I agree. Irene, you're speaking my language. I am curious what they may find in the electronic devices that haven't previously been discovered. No one is so careful that they wipe everything off the device. Yeah, but with the technology now, they can find stuff. And we also got Sarah Yusuf. We got what she's got on Donna and Wendi. Robert. Deb says, hi, Shiraz. I missed you coming in. True. I believe Carl's experiences civil law at the federal level and defense law at the military level. That's what I remember gathering from his videos. Yeah, he was a JAG lawyer. Yeah, your points are taken, Rochelle. And so are yours, Top. I enjoy having you in here because I enjoy your perspective too. There is nothing hard about getting a conviction on these cases. Carl has many YouTube videos that explains this. It would be absurd to not go after Wendi. It is going to be horrible. You imagine? I want to hear Carl say pussyfooting. Tally, gal. Most legal experts I've heard speak about Wendi's case agree that her case will be more difficult than all previous cases. I wish that weren't the case, but I think they're right. But none of these, Tally girl, none of these people have seen the new evidence, right? Nobody's seen the new evidence that was going to be presented at Donna's case. That could open everything wide open on Wendi. I think at least Donna received some justice when her son threw her out to the wolves. I agree. Not sure the boys would not speak to their mother because the majority of children who have a parent killed the other parent defend the surviving parent. Having lost one, they fear losing the other. And we don't know the manipulation that they're going through. How Wendi is able to manipulate them and say, oh my God, they did this to us. They did this to us. B Rabbit, great community and discussions. Thanks, B. I think Carl refers to Morris as a pot plant. I think he did too. Looks like Wendi is Georgia's security blanket for motive, but she probably don't need that anymore. I still can't believe he dropped the B word, baloney. Oh, I can't even count how many times I've watched The Bump 100 times. What a joy, right? B Rabbit, like a Mary Jane plant or a potted plant, not my Mary Jane. Bob, I know he's kind of a dork. He's been reading a thesaurus these days. At Tally Girl, I agree. Wendi was very calculating and thought she was smarter than everyone. But I think the state has been getting more info. And I think the state had more info on her. Because every time Georgia would say something, and just before she would start to, Georgia would back off and go to a different question. She only clapped back at her once. No, I apologize. She clapped back at her twice. The gibbers and the 12 emails. She clapped back twice. Remember, Donna says, we've all been protecting you, Wendi. Yep. Potted plant is stronger language, though. Okay, Cupid. Yep. And whatever Sarah, I'm telling you, I so upset we didn't get to hear from Sarah Yusuf. I was so upset about that.
Here now as well. And so they're going to have to, adopt some or start some more or supplement them. So all the rulings sort of have to be haggled all over again. And I've never seen that happen before. Where you get counsel removed right before the start of the trial. I mean, this thing is that much of a disaster, embarrassment, absolute utter embarrassment for the whole Tallahassee legal framework. Attorney that what I'll call an arrogant, pompous, disrespectful statement to the Markels on how basically this Markel case isn't important enough to them. Know your job, Jack Campbell. Get to the bottom of this case and get the right arrest done. You're letting this case drag on. You're making it a cold case when you had enough evidence right there months after the murder to nail all four of these Florida Adelsons, and you dragged your feet in incompetence. You're swimming in incompetence. Know your game. Get your A game on, and quit disrespecting the Markels like that, okay? It's an absolute disgrace to the profession. I'm embarrassed for you all down there. If you don't understand what it means to take your job seriously, know the law, know the facts, and try the evidence. And if you don't have the right courage to do it, resign. Just absolutely resign and go home. And why don't you just be a plea bargain lawyer? This goes out there and plea bargains everything. That doesn't know how to fight a contested case, doesn't stand clear of conflicts. So are you going to stand up and do the right thing now?
Just go home and be a plea bargain lawyer. Oh, Carl, you are dishing the shade. That's quite a visual you dropped there at True Crime Wifey. Right? Anne-Marie, tell us how you really feel, Carl. This is a withering in of old Jack. It is. He's going after Jack. Thank you for my moldy cash at Sky Troop. Don't get me wrong. I am very concerned that it's taking this long, practically with the delay of Donna's trial. Oh, wow. I'm loving this, Carl. I know people aren't disagree, but I do too. Now Carl is a man with balls and a backbone. There you go, Deb.
And get these others, Adelson's arrested. That's the only thing you got really to redeem the embarrassment and disgrace, the public disgrace. What a spectacle of embarrassment. I just can't. I've never seen this crazy. And like I said, this case is the most bizarre true crime case you'll ever see, because not only do you have the most idiotic, brain dead, educated folks, rich folks that are doing the most harebrained plan that they thought was great, have them come back on them. They had these political connections that extended all the way to Tallahassee, where the state is, and they thought that they're going to get away with it. You know what? They have, because of weak and pathetic people in leadership positions. Okay, that's what it really comes down to. We got a crisis, I'd say probably in every profession, every state government office.
Right, Carrie Sue, remember Donna said about Wendi, now you are not guilty. Carl is on it. Go, Carl. The two, has he taken a breath yet? I don't think so. Wow, you must have super FedEx those balls to Carl. Oh, I hope Carl takes all of my suggestions with his sweetie to tour the Florida state parks in the Keys while they are there. I sent him very specifics. You're such a sweetheart, True. But I'm loving Carl's unbridled fury. Tally girl, I know. Imagine you are a soldier in his command and called in on the carpet. He is actually holding back here. Unbridled Iowa fury. Carl has two pairs of, I'm thinking you're going to say balls.
Whole federal, it's really a cesspool of incompetence, self-dealing, corruption. And we have that here in Tallahassee to a large part as well. So they need to step it up now that they got some kind of public exposure. I don't believe for a second there's an ounce of any kind of corruption in Judge Everett. I want to make that clear. There's not an ounce of corruption in Judge Everett. He's an honorable, straight shooting guy. My read on him is 100%. He's trying to do the right thing. He just didn't know what the conflict issue was. So he should have been properly briefed, though, by the lawyers. You got lawyers on both sides. This was a new issue apparently for him. So Judge Everett did the right thing. He had the guts to call us out on his own, which I said he should have done. I said, don't wait, ask for lawyers to brief you on it. Because if it's a novel issue, ask lawyers to brief you on it. And then you'd see how easy it was that you had this Supreme Court case law to actually back you up and get these clowns bounced out of your courtroom. You know, in a way, I wish he could bounce Jack Campbell off this case and they bring somebody else from a different circuit, because he's really mucked this case up. His lack of due diligence and the lack of ability to know the law, and then basically misciting the law when he's given a briefing, because the entire case that you're about to try got blown up and you lost the lead defense counsel and you think it's fixable. So you obviously don't know what you're doing. Get the right prosecutors in there and unleash them to do their job.
Hello, Jane. Hello again, friends. Carl's on fire, but I don't understand his problem with free speech or alternate views on his channel. I don't know. I myself have never had a problem on his channel, but I don't know. Oh dear, you shouldn't use the corruption word with zero evidence of that. I don't. Maybe he knows something we don't. We should send Carl some margaritas. We should. Oh, Patricia, I just don't want to get into that one. He is mad because he's letting them M's get away with and speaking on the Markel's behalf. Yeah. He's just, you know what? This is what's been built up in Carl. And he's just releasing it. So I give him a pass because I know what that feels like. We all know what that feels like. We've done it. We've all done it. Other channels have done it. Everybody got built up, and it just took Carl a little bit time for the steam to come out. So I'm not going to go. I myself agree 100% with them. That's my opinion on it. Others don't, and I appreciate their opinions. But just remember, like, he's been saying what he's been saying for all this time, and it finally just popped. He had enough. He is mad because he's letting these. Oh yeah, I read that one. Sorry. I don't want to be a downer, but the outrage in December 2023 from Donna picking Rashu was that he was a Miami attorney. Certain channels got profits from that. Carl only spoke of conflict in his first video. Profits? How did they get profits? Tallahassee is known for its backroom politics. Carl's pretty safe. Carl's been holding back. I told you so for years. Yeah, he has been, and it's just steamed over. It truly has. It truly just. I've seen people now believing that Jaxie is protecting Wendi, which is ridiculous. And Top, I've seen that. Like, I had that tonight. I had somebody trying to tell me that Jack Campbell was intertwined with Willie Meggs and they're protecting Wendi. So much that Harvey was willing to throw Donna to the wolves to protect Wendi. I was like, my brain was like, what is going on? I was like, am I still here? Or, what is going on? Top, I think that is just as bad as that one person we had in here that told us all we wanted Wendi arrested just because she was pretty. Remember? I don't know if you were here, Top, but wow. Top, that is what I was thinking. Yeah, I don't see it because otherwise Jack Campbell would not have went after the Adelsons because Willie Meggs didn't want to go after the Adelsons. Jaxie is protecting Wendi whether on purpose or not. I just want to, I'm interested in debating this. Say it, Carl. Pussyfooting. Wear AI when you need it. Carl doesn't need a pass. He has every right to voice his opinion. Absolutely, Becky. I agree with, especially since he's been right all along. He should run for Leon County prosecutor. And I didn't mean like giving him a pass, but I understand that it's just come to a boil for him. Claude, no, Willie wasn't Wendi's godfather. Guys, I've had medicine brain for a bit, so names aren't coming to me. Somebody will help me with that. I will look it up, Claudia. Profits by continuing to make fun of Rashi representing Donna, but not addressing that it was a conflict until September 16th when all hell broke loose in Tally. Yeah, that we were all jealous of her good looks is what was also said. Yep. He saw Charlie get convicted and he probably backed up. He probably didn't think he would be convicted and that it would be all over. Weinstein, thank you, Bob. You came to save me. So did Deb, and so did True. Thank you, Claudia. It was Michael Weinstein is Wendi's godfather. Thank you, guys. Oh, medicine brain, I tell you. I can smell crazy a mile away. I like that. Carl's an unhinged, and his rants don't help anything, and they're upsetting to the Markels. Do you know that personally? Do you speak to the Markels? See what I mean? These attacks on Campbell give rise to these conspiracy theories. Campbell has stated he wants all Adelsons taken down. I don't believe. I see what you're saying. I get it, Top Cat. Because I don't, like, even that person, I've said, no, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. It doesn't make sense. Because if he was intertwined with Willie Maggs, the Adelsons would never have been arrested. I can agree with you. Yep, I agree with that. Do Jewish people have godfathers and godmothers? I don't know that. Yep, because Michael Weinstein is Wendy's. I agree, Bob. In my opinion, there's political connections and money exchanging hands. Good night, peeps. Thanks for this chat. Thanks for coming back in, Jill Jane. Nice words at Top Cat. Let's see some Action Jack. Action Jack. Let's call him Action Jack. Carl told everyone that he appreciated their support but didn't need the money, so he wasn't going to set up any way for his followers to monetize his channel. Not about the money for him. Yep. Wendi wanted her family to take the fall to protect her. Oh, you know what? If Harvey got arrested, Donna obviously is arrested, Charlie's arrested and convicted, and Wendi was still walking, she wouldn't give two craps that her family was in jail. She is a heartless bee. She is just heartless.
I think Georgia didn't know the law on this either. I don't know why Sarah didn't bring something up. Maybe she did. I don't know. But
be right back.
You got this many lawyers in Tallahassee not knowing what they're doing. I mean, they got the evidence there, and they got the same. All they got to do is 2.0 on Donna from Charlie and add some of this new stuff as well. Donna should have been arrested with Charlie. She wasn't. This whole trial was an absolute waste of time. If they would have tried, I think sooner. I don't think Washington would have tried to represent them both. And if he would have, he could have gotten a bounce at that time because he'd been representing Donna and then Charlie. But really, if you look at this, if you had all the four Florida Adelsons charged from the get-go, you would have had Rashbaum trying to represent two of them, let's say. He would have been removed from both of them right then. So these Adelsons could have been convicted years ago, many, many years ago. But no, what do you have? You have weak and pathetic leadership in the state attorney's office. Whatever connections they had to politicians might have affected that as well. We don't know the exact details, but it looks absolutely like there's political strings being pulled from the previous state attorney.
Absolutely, Top Cat. I do not doubt that Georgia wants to get her teeth into Wendi. I don't doubt that one bit.
Willie Meggs. And so in any event, yes, it is great news, as Tay says. I'm very, very thrilled that the judge at least understands the conflict of interest when all the attorneys practicing in front of him don't know a single thing about it. Okay, it's an absolute clown show. Anyway, I'm so angry about it, as you can tell. Sorry, but it very, very much infuriates me that this kind of a clown show was going on in that courtroom, disrespecting the Markels and justice for the person that was actually murdered, Dan Markel, Professor Dan Markel, the FSU Law School. So anyway, this thing is going to be on the right tracks now. Judge Everett gets it, and I think Judge Everett will make sure none of these clowns that have been tied to any of these Adelsons or other co-defendants are going to show up for Donna. And think about it. How's Donna going to find a lawyer now? Is Harvey going to go out there and start knocking on doors down in Miami? Is Harvey going to go up there and start knocking on doors in Tallahassee, I mean, pretty much everybody knows about this case. Probably everybody's got some kind of opinion or conflict on it now. I don't.
Good night, the two. Thank you for joining us. I really need my beauty sleep. Hasn't worked so far, but I'm eternal optimistic. I hope you have sweet dreams tonight, the two.
don't know what options they really have. Maybe they have to go down the road to Jacksonville, Florida, which is a couple hours away. But in any event, it's very much shocking. This is a shock that it took this long to get conflicted counsel bounced off the case. But thankfully, it was finally done. And it's very much going to be a case where, think about the time now it's going to take Donna's new counsel get up to speed. Keep in mind what I've said about Donna's counsel. Rob knew this case for years. I'm sure he was handed the case file back in 2016 when the other co-defendants were arrested. The hitmen, I'm sure they were working some kind of defense network. So file since 2016. And that's why he was able to try this case in less than a year for Donna. But now you get a new counsel on the case. New counsel aren't as eager to go after defending somebody on a murder case, which is single-digit months to prepare. Can it be done? Yes. It's a case that complicated that you couldn't do it. But you got to figure out from many different angles of strategy and tactics that you want to use. And most lawyers don't want to put that kind of pressure to go that speedily to court to represent something where they're facing life without parole. Maybe they also want to do like sentence mitigation if their client's convicted, in case it's not murder one that Donna's convicted of. Because if Donna goes down on murder one, it's life without parole. There's no mitigation evidence to present. Absolutely nothing. She's going down, going to be locked up forever. But let's just say she comes down with murder two, where she has a chance of parole. You need to have mitigation type experts involved. There's a lot of other type of experts they could use on this case potentially, or at least they don't know. They need to flesh it out. So that can take many months to iron that all out. So in any event, and when you look at all the different witnesses that are involved, all the different nuggets of information, I'll say, you know what, Donna, maybe we need to. You're gonna get cooked in court. You're not gonna win. You're gonna wind up getting convicted. So do you want to cut a deal? Do you want me to try to get you a sweetheart deal like Katie McBanois got, where you're gonna basically get out of jail free card? But you got to be willing to give up Harvey and
True says, yes, justice for Dan Markel has been delayed. It is horrifying for any victim's family. We're all here for the victims and the victim's family. Absolutely. All victims. Just like the ticker says, justice for all. And some people do think like that, right? They are making a mockery of the justice system. And that's what I said, like, not one person during the whole Donna fiasco does not have egg on their face. Everyone does. Now it's just how they move forward. That's all that matters now, how they move forward. And Judge Everett put the first step forward. Now, if everybody follows in his footsteps, that is what we need to see. Donna Stew, she's going to be cooked in court. Stick a fork in her. She is done. Tennis Girl 101, thanks and good to see you. The ranting and arguing achieves nothing. Yeah, that's why I just want to have the discussion here. No arguing, no ranting, just discussion. Laugh out loud at Bob from accounting. I see what you did there.
And you're that, have those frank conversations. No way those conversations ever occur with Rashbaum. And then Alex Morris, what was he doing there? It's like a potted plant sitting along as a sidekick for Rashbaum. I mean, it makes no sense that anybody would join Rashbaum like Alex Morris did. It's just really insane. So anyway, that's sort of my take on it. Let me go back to this opinion, and it was a 2.5-page opinion. And it's something that the judge didn't need to elaborate too much on because it's so clear cut. It's so clear cut. And he cites Florida ethics rules where it says that the Florida attorney.
Top Cat 88. I disagree. Carl has every right to rant. He's 100% correct. And he's a person before lawyer, right? He is a person. We have all had our moment of letting it out. I had my moment, and Jack Campbell was the brunt of that one. Does Alex Morris not have bills to pay? Yeah, he does. He was the same as Rashbaum. He's seen a cash cow. And it's sad. It's sad because Alex Morris has a reputation to uphold. Well, Judge Everett just said enough's enough. 10 years, I get respecting the process, but it's been a decade. I wonder if the Markels hold back expressing their frustration to stay friendly with prosecution. They are a class act of, oh my God, they are incredible people. And you've all heard me say this. You've all heard me say, if it wasn't for watching Ruth Markel in court, going through what she's going through and how long she's been going through it. When I was in court, I pictured Ruth Markel in court, and I was able to keep a straight face. I was able to compose my emotions. She was my rock, and I don't even know her. So Carl's new fiance is sitting next to him at this point in the video, who is working on her law stuff. Yep. Bob says Donna is going away, no doubt. Any offer to defend her is purely to grab her money. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. And if she requests, because they said, I've watched many lawyers today, and she still has the right to request a speedy trial. So it's just if a lawyer is willing to shut everything else down and focus on Donna and getting her speedy trial. I don't see her not requesting it, guys. Not from the conversations. I just don't see it. I think whoever takes her case on she's going to want a speedy trial.
Attorneys have an ethical responsibility to refrain from engaging conduct to disrupt and conduct which is prejudicial to the administration of justice. While the defendant retains presumptive right under the Sixth Amendment to her counsel of choice, not absolute. And then he cites that Wheat case that I cited in my statement I gave a couple weeks ago when this first blew up. I cited the Wheat case as a 1988 Supreme Court case. And that's the main case to open and shut this issue. He then went on to say that the presumptive right under the Sixth Amendment counsel of choice cannot interfere with fair and orderly administration of justice or the court's authority to monitor and control the pace of litigation. Well, guess what? If you don't get rid of all these counsel, it's going to wind up blowing up in their face sometime later. And then he cites the Florida General Practice Judicial Administration Rule 2.545. The next paragraph, he goes on to say both federal and state courts have repeatedly made clear that the right to counsel cannot be manipulated so as to obstruct the orderly procedure in the courts or to interfere with the fair administration of justice.
Beckett Ireland says, I've heard that Morris was misled by Rashi. It may turn out to be part of the open active case on Rashbaum. We'll need to reserve judgment till then. Right? I still think he looks like Franklin the Turtle. Bob from I think this state has Donna dead to rights, but she still deserves a defense, so obviously isn't going to choose her defense wisely, but that's not the justice system's fault, right? It's not. And I'm telling you, I think she's going to still want a faster trial. There is a lot that remains to be seen, right, Miss Guy? There is. To be clear, the coffee crew, we are not trying to rant, but trying to have a conversation, though listening to Carl's rant. We all have our own opinions, but what's being said. Right? Sorry, guys, I got the hiccups.
And then he cites another case that's a Fifth Circuit case from 1969, and it's also citing another one from 1984, where it says there the Supreme, in parentheses, he puts down the summary of it, which is a Florida Supreme Court holding that there is no absolute right to a particular counsel when there is a countervailing public interest in the fair and orderly administration of justice. The fair and orderly administration of justice cannot be maintained when conflicted counsel or counsel with a potential, mere potential, I emphasize that.
Bob says there's an awful lot of baloney, pussyfooting, and potted plannery going on, if you ask me. Oh, gosh, Bob, that's great. If you have the hiccups, either do jumping jacks or drink 4 ounces of water while staring into a silver spoon in your cup. Laugh how it works. I take 4 sips. Don't breathe, take 4 sips. My grandfather used to tell me that, and it works every time for me. Usually I just get a couple hiccups and then it goes away, but this is great, guys. How do we go from all this and then we go to talking about how to heal hiccups? Upside down.
Of conflict cannot meet the standard of serving as constitutionally effective counsel. And then he cites again that Fifth Circuit. The Colker case where it says, explaining the trial courts having the truth-seeking function of the proceedings over which they preside, considering whether the defendant has effective assistance of counsel, regardless of any proffered waiver. So there you go. The judge can pierce any waiver of conflict. They got to make sure this thing gets busted on appeal. Otherwise, think about it. You can just go around and hire conflicted counsel, knowing that they're never going to convict you, and this just clog up the court system because you got a conflicted counsel going to get busted on appeal. Witnesses can die over years while it's tied down in the appellate process. And if you're waiting for appellate courts to sort it all out, you know, then by the time they retry it again, I mean, you're talking about multiple years potentially. And then what happens? You got evidence that can go stale, witnesses can die, and stuff like that. So I would say that this is such an easy, simple, straightforward ruling that he didn't even need to get briefed on by the counsel. So I praise Judge Everett for this. Let's see here. What else he goes on to say? He said, furthermore, the danger to conflict free proceedings was not cured by Daniel Rashbaum's withdrawal. Prior to the selection of the jury, Charles Adelson filed a notice indicating his non-waiver of any conflict of interest with Daniel Rashbaum. See Exhibit B. Robert A. Morris then filed a response to which he advised that the party counsel had been retained to resolve any actual or potential conflict of interest. In reply to this response, Charlie Adelson objected to Morris or a third-party counsel cross-examining him. So even Charlie's attorney knew this was a conflict. Alex Morris didn't get it again. I just do not get that. And then it goes on to say that the Third District Court of Appeals, when reviewing the disqualification of counsel in Colker, disagreed with the proposition that an actual or potential conflict could be avoided by having substitute counsel conduct the cross-examination of a former client. The court then further explained that the conflict arises from the past relationship and cannot be avoided by sectioning off portions of the trial. The potential for conflict would remain, as would the appearance of impropriety. So there you have it. That's what I've been exactly talking about. I did not have to cite case law. It's so abundantly clear. It's so straightforward. Any criminal lawyer has been practicing and understands the rules and has had co-counsel before knows you don't go down this road. But anyway, it's just something that was completely oblivious to these Florida lawyers, including the state's attorney's office. They should have researched this whole issue. But, you know, Georgia thought she had this thing all settled with Rashbaum. You don't settle this out with the trial attorney, because guess what? What you agree to with the trial attorney, Rashbaum, hey, we won't call witnesses or we won't present this kind of evidence to help mitigate the conflict that you're waiving. That doesn't solve it on at the court of appeal level. Appellate counsel will blow that up in their face and you're stuck back with a reversal error. So anyway, I'm just calling it like it is. And I think any of you guys can see it for what it is as well. Like many of you have had comments on here. You don't have to have a conflict of interest that is actual, mere perception of an actual conflict, mere probability or mere potential of a conflict. However weak it could be, you don't want to go down that road. You got to protect the record. And so with that being said, just think about the magnitude of this ruling.
Oh boy,
it just is such a dagger to the two defense attorneys, Rashbaum and Morris. They're up to their eyeballs swimming in conflicts, and now you got this new guy, Adam, can't take it as well. commissar, they're all three gone. And that's exactly what my title was. A judge must get rid of all these. Very easy to do, and he did it. So with that said, I just can't get over the impact that Donna from scratch. These last 10 months have been for a complete waste of time. She's been sitting in there, rotting in herself, eating that terrible food. And, now she can start over. It's just like she got arrested today. With this ruling, it's almost like she just got arrested today. Erase the clock. She's got to get new lawyers. They could decide they need a year and a half, 2 years. But what I would do if I was defense counsel, I'd be going in there and saying, look, are you going to let me cut a deal with you? I don't want to take your money. Give me $1 million. I can go to trial. I'll leverage all my best experience, all my tactics and strategies to put the task against the state attorney's office. And you know what, though? To be honest with you, you're going down in flames. Sorry, you're not going to win. So I'm going to be frank with you. I don't know if what your other attorneys have told you, but you're cooked. You're done for. So why don't we talk about serious options here, the pros and cons of each? There was no pros and cons discussion of any of this option of pleading guilty. I guarantee you that was the case. So guess what happens now that she's looking at another year and a half, 2 years for an attorney's ready? Potentially she could try to leverage it and say, well, I want somebody that's going to try this case in 3 months, or otherwise I'm not going to hire you. I don't know what attorneys would do that, but when you got a lot of money on the table, being able to offer it up, maybe an attorney would say they'd do that. But I would say that it's very much, something that she can't go out there and dial up numbers for attorneys to come visit her and stuff like that. It's going to have to be somebody on the outside. And keep in mind, these conflicted attorneys can't reach out like they did for Adam Commissar and say, hey, are you willing to come in as a conflict-free counsel to support the main defense team? That doesn't work. It doesn't cure the conflict. They're all conflicted. So they can't even find another attorney for it. So Donna's going to have to do it on her own. Somebody's going to find him for it. Wendi, I don't think is even talking to her mom. Wendi doesn't know probably criminal defense lawyers, but she's probably in the best position. So you're probably stuck with Harvey going out there, going through the yellow pages or going through Google searches, trying to find a lawyer to do this. So anyway, it's just it's a real black eye the last 10 months and the last 10.
Can you just picture that, guys? Harvey's got the yellow pages. Lawyer. Looking through them, trying to find. Oh, I could just picture it. I totally agree with what Carl is suggesting about making a deal. She won't, though, Tally Gal. She just won't. Yellow pages. I know, Shrez. You're going down. Love it. I do. Yep. At cat in a hat. CC hiccups are from the diaphragm. Yeah, she just won't make a deal, guys. We know that. Just from the correspondence. Harvey will find the lawyer for her. That's no drama. No, it's just funny, Top Cat, to picture, because we're just going off of Donna's words, like at the airport. He's 80. How's he supposed to get home? Come on, man. I can see Harvey looking for a phone book, going through the yellow pages like Jim Rockford. Yeah. Lawyer. Oh, wait. Criminal lawyer. Oh. It usually works for me if you burp from the swallowing of the water and air. It's very interesting, Deb, what you said there.
Plus years for the state attorney's office being in over their heads and not knowing what they're doing. And anyway, at least I think now this conflict issue was the only issue that would be something that Donna could get an acquittal on, or excuse me, a reversible error on an appeal. They would have easily had a slam dunk win. They got the evidence there. Like I say, just try Charlie's case over again and add the new stuff, flight to avoid prosecution, some of the jail calls and stuff like that. Some of those clips are very damning for her as well. So with that being said, if you guys have questions, it looks like you guys, I've been on 30 minutes for this, but it's finally here, folks, where we got a bright, wonderful day for this massive boulder hanging around the neck of this case from having it sustained and affirmed on appeal. So now we're going to get rid of this. It was the only issue that bring down this case on appeal. They will get a conviction. And anyway, this is great to see finally. So with that, if you guys have any questions, if you can, like I've normally done, ask you to put it in red emojis, so that way I can distinguish questions y'all have from internal chats with y'all. My mouse is not working for some reason right now, so I'm gonna have to use my my pad here, and it's not really working that great. Hold on a second. Okay. I'm using StreamYard, and okay, Debbie Blair is saying, do you think Dan's in the background and has given Harvey attorneys names to hire for Donna? Gosh, I hope not. As I was just saying, he needs to stay clear. Anything with Rashbaum's name or connections to Rashbaum, they need to cut the cord on, because basically everything he's done on this case of disaster in the making. And think about the case now with Charlie having this whole issue with mommy's lawyer representing him at his trial. I mean, this thing is, Charlie's case is really ugly. And I know some YouTuber down there in Tallahassee said there's only a 10% chance that this will affect Charlie's appeal. I beg to differ. I'd flip those numbers around. My best guess is probably a 90% chance Charlie's case will be appealed and reversed based on this issue alone. So it's just one of these head scratching things where I don't know what they're drinking in the water down there in Tallahassee, but man, they better get some knowledge of the law better than what they've been showing, not only in court but outside of court as well. These attorneys, I can think of two of them off the top of my head. I won't say their names. I said this was not a big deal. It's fixed now. It was never an issue. So anyway.
Yes, I hear him.
All right, let's see. Okay, now I can scroll up. KCL, you're asking, didn't the feds want this case at one point? I thought I read that. Yeah, there's sort of conflicting information about that. I'd heard that Isom sort of shopped it, Detective Isom, that is, shopped it to the U.S. Attorney's Office, or at least that's what the report is, and that they didn't want to take it. But you also got to keep in mind, based on the political alignments between the U.S. Attorney's Office at the time and also the state attorney's office that was run by Willie Meigs initially, you weren't getting any kind of effort by Willie Meigs to get the feds to pick this up. And I doubt that the current one there that's been there since January of 2017, Jack Campbell, I doubt he's going to go to the feds. And you know what? If he really cared about justice, if he said he's got his court calendar all bogged up with these other murder cases, then ask the U.S. attorneys to take it on. Admit to them that you don't know what you're doing. You're way over your head. You thought this conflict issue was an easily resolved issue. Ask the feds to take it on and just admit that you're incompetent for the last many years on getting this case prosecuted. All right, next one.
Harvey's not the mindless old man Donna tries to portray him to be. He is in the know on all this murder and the money, etc. He has signed his vehicle over to Katie. He knew they were paying Katie for absolutely. Top Cat says, no way. What he just said about appeal is off the wall, 90% laughable. Top Cat, I am hoping this is the one time the man is wrong. I am hoping Tennis Girl, exactly, Top Cat, the Markels hear that crap. I'm hoping he is wrong on that. Carl gets a question at some point if he is drinking, and then he says, no, I'm not drinking, but I heard about other YouTubers drinking on camera. Oh boy. A criminal lawyer. Hey, Armand, epic rantorama. It's been building up. How are things going where you are? Tally girl like Jim Rockford. Guys, I just want to make sure that all of us send out our prayers to everybody in the wake of Milton. Oh my God, I cannot believe Florida's going through this again. Kat, Armand, that's some serious ranting. He probably feels a lot better now. I bet you, He's been holding it in, guys. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not, oh, he's not done yet. No, he's not done yet. He's not done yet. But I can't sit here and say, oh my goodness, because the fact is, I've ranted. So, Carl gets questioned at some point. That story was total BS. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Top Cat, what you're talking about. Sorry. Did Carl actually say he heard about people drinking? I don't know. I didn't watch it fully, guys, because I fell asleep. Medication put me to sleep. We dodged a big one in North Florida with Helene. Hurricane Milton is going to take out Tampa Bay and then go through east coast of Daytona. Oh my God. Please keep everyone safe. And I know I'm probably going to get somebody to say, oh, would you stop saying, oh my God. I just want everybody to be safe. That's all.
Okay, Nanette is saying, so benefited from this mess, Donna or Wendi?
Wendi.
Well, I would say probably for Donna. Donna thought she was having the last 10 months going in her favor, where she got to have her beloved second son, Rashmam, as her lead counsel. Now that he's had to sever the cord with her and there's no contact whatsoever, assuming he's following the proper procedures, where if you have a conflict, you completely absolve your case from that client. So I would say with Wendi, it's helping Wendi because potentially, but if Jack Campbell does his job, gets off his sitting on his hands and arrests Wendi and Harvey, then it's going to help neither one of them. So it's actually would serve to hurt Donna more than Wendi. But Wendi should have been arrested many years before, just like Donna. So, if they're doing this one at a time until a conviction, it's time for you to give that up, Jack Campbell. That's weak and pathetic. Bottom line, weak and pathetic. And you need to step aside and have the feds or somebody else step in, or bring in some outside counsel from the Florida Attorney General's office down the street, because you're too weak on crime, and Markel's deserve better. And your press conference was an absolute embarrassment. You're no prosecutor, in my opinion. You're a politician. And by the way, politicians run for just these kind of state attorney's office anywhere across the land where you can run for an office as a prosecutor. It's all tied in with politics. I've seen it where you have people that become head prosecutors as elected officials because they're rubbing elbows with all the right politicians, and they absolute are terrible lawyers. They complete garbage lawyers, but they get in there because they're politicians. Okay, so you don't have to prove yourself. And I think what happens, a lot of Americans tend to think, well, you're an elected prosecutor, you must have done really good as a prosecutor, gotten a lot of convictions, been tough on crime. No, actually, you're a good politician more than anything.
Shiraz, have you been following that? The Ricada? There are also YouTubers that will take shots for super chats. That Ricada is crazy. My daughter and her husband are supposed to go to Orlando on Thursday. Universal is saying they're open, but I find it hard to believe because Milton is heading right for them. Oh, boy. Oh, hello, Crimes Untangled. Is that a black hat Carl's wearing? Yeah, I think it's an Under Armour black hat. Hello, Crimes.
Because you can totally be terrible as a prosecutor, but if you got the right political connections, people will think you're great at it. So I don't know what this case is with Jack Campbell down there, what kind of a prosecutor he was, what kind of cases he tried. And the thing is, a prosecutor, it's really easy to have a good record as well, because the bottom line is you can pick and choose what cases you want to go to trial. You can settle the ones, dismiss the ones you think are too tough on you. So if you only take the case where you think you're absolutely sure you won't be embarrassed by and, get an acquittal on or a hugely reduced charge is what the jury comes back on, then you can afford to sit there and say, well, you know what, the evidence doesn't support it, and we need to go one at a time and all that kind of stuff. It's just that you don't know what you're doing. You're a politician. So it looks like he's a politician and not a real prosecutor in my book. So why, if you're real.
Oh, Irene, so have I. I was actually on his live that night that he went off the rails, if you know what I'm talking about. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I don't follow him because I don't like him personally, but I definitely knew who he was. That was surreal watching that. Not sure what happened since with child custody, though. It's still, as of right now, he's trying to make sure it doesn't get out to the public. But I hate to admit, but I watched it because it was a train wreck. Unfounded allegations. Raise your hand if you're waiting for some Florida justice. I'm waiting for Florida to have some time to recover and not be hit by these storms. I worry about, because I know we have a lot of Florida people in the coffee crew, and I just worry about everyone. I don't. Carl's fiance is one lucky woman, wishing them both all the best in the future filled with love and happiness. Same here. At Torres, I watched him a few times and found him to be a complete arrogant. Yeah, when I heard he was arrested, I had to check it out. I was watching that night. I was like, what is going on? Milton is horrifying for the west coast of Florida. Helena scared me, but I stayed to be spared. Thank God, True. Thank God. I'm just hoping like it turned, like Helena turned. I'm just hoping that this one turns. Ricada Law. He was one of the big lawyers that did the Johnny Depp case. Oh, what a disaster that man is. He's a disaster. If we move Florida courts to Arizona, we don't get to watch them. Same here, Irene. Arrest was the only interesting thing, and good to see you, buddy. I love how everybody gets along. So you saw the snow on his nose? And the little sideshow that he put on? I was like, it was like a train wreck and you couldn't look away. I'm like, what is going on YouTube? This man is doing this on YouTube? Oh.
Real prosecutor, Jack Campbell, then prove it. Okay? Prove it. Sir Tedwick Walker, hello. You're asking, will Rashbaum face consequences for his Absolutely. I think he's going to get in trouble with state bar. Will they slap on the wrist, do something more? Who knows? But Tallahassee and is a state capital seat there. This is in the backyard of people that work on the ethics committee there, most likely. And so maybe this egg on their face will make them stand up and you'll get more punishment. Maybe they'll give you suspended for a year. I don't think it'll be permanently disbarred or anything like that, but maybe you'll have some period of suspension and whatnot. So I'll that as well, because that would be public. So when attorneys get notice of a complaint, that process is pretty much.
Oh, I was so worried about you, True. I was. I'm like, I gotta check in with True. I was like, oh, I was so worried. Ricada complete melt, Armand. Right? Unbelievable.
In secret across the state bars, unless they actually have an adverse finding of impropriety done by the attorneys where they're doing something ethically wrong, and then they'll make a public declaration, a decision on that. So I would expect that to be on Rashbaum's case as well. And a lot of times they can plea bargain and negotiate maybe how many months they serve if the attorney admits to misconduct and
Becky, prayers for all those affected by the devastating hurricanes in Florida and North and South Carolina or anywhere else they may hit. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Tally Gal. He amassed a huge following during the Depp v. Heard trial. He used to be kind of funny, but he's a complete self-absorbed jackass. And that is putting it lightly, Shiraz. That is being politically correct, I would say. I am in Daytona, probably lots of heavy winds and rain, hopefully. Oh, Marie, please stay safe. I will make sure I check. Please check in with us, Marie. Tally Gal, we aren't going to be threatened by Milton based on the models. I don't think she is, Stress. I got so many weird vibes from him. He preached family man, but his words and actions don't seem to match. And I won't even mention his chat. Oh, I know. It's a train wreck.
Ethical violations. So that remains to be seen. But like I say, also you're talking about malpractice coverage. I don't know if Rashomon has malpractice insurance. A lot of criminal defense lawyers don't because they figure their client doesn't have the money to sue them.
I got the perfect lawyer. I've got the perfect lawyer for Donna. Ricada. Ricada would be the perfect lawyer for Donna. Oh, that would make the case so much fun. Ricada Law. That's who we're talking about.
Anyway, and they're all guilty.
Oh, that would be fun.
For the most part, so the odds of you getting someone to sue you are slim to none. So, I mean, he could be talking about, losing funds through a conviction. Maybe he might have to declare bankruptcy or something if the conviction is big enough. But in any event, letting your client rot in the jail there for 10 months at 73, 74 years old, all because you didn't know the law and the conflict of interest, it looks really bad. It looks really bad. So I think he's going to get slammed on some kind of either if he goes to trial or he's going to.
Tennis girl, everybody ready for Boone? Wasn't there another motion filed yesterday? Was there? Let me just pull it up here. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up quick. Criminal case. Sorry, Carl, I don't want to interrupt you, but notice of supplement discovery was filed. Hold on 1 sec, guys. Let's just pull this up quick because share screen. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let me just pull this up here quick and see what it says. Oh, sharing the wrong screen. Of course, Rochelle's doing that. Why would she share the right screen? Notice of some supplement discovery comes now. The state of Florida by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney and hereby makes the following information available to the defense and state as follows. Transcript defendant testimony on MTS October 2nd, pages 892 and 920. Copies of items listed will be provided under separate cover. Previous discovery provided includes pages 1 through 891. Please verify receipt of all pages and notify our office of any missing pages or duplicate numbers of discovery. I certify that a copy herefore has been furnished to James Sullivan Owens, blah, blah, blah. I can't give all that out. So that was all that was filed yesterday. I thought I saw that. Tennis girl, yes, defense wants to exclude some parts of the police interview. Yeah, so that was what that is. Yeah, delayed about a week, also faking hurricanes. Effing hurricanes, yeah. Boone rejected a plea deal, as far as I know, and put off jury selection till Monday. Boone turned down a nice deal. She's going full hard. Yeah. Rochelle's trying to be nice. Owen is going to submit a new file daily. As I lay here, I can feel tremors. Been lots lately. Where are you, Kat? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to say exactly where you are. Good night, Claudia. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Let's just see if there was... Oh my God. Now on the 7th, there was a dress shoe mode. Oh. I've been sick, so I haven't been watching this. On the 7th, defense to provide order to follow to allow defendant to wear dress shoes. Oh, God. As I lay here, I can feel two chihuahuas' tails beating on my leg. Best feeling in the world. Aw. I wonder what Part C wants to exclude. I thought it was already denied. It looks like it's transcript defendant's testimony on MTS, October 2nd, 2024. Pages 892 to 920. Owens didn't like Detective Fuchsia's pointing out the obvious that Sarah caused this and wants that part excluded. It's not going to make a difference, in my opinion. I agree. Boone's an idiot. I know. She's a hard one to watch. She is a hard one to watch. Okay, we'll get back to Carl. Her letters to the judge are comedy. Absolutely. Oh, he dragged his blanket everywhere.
You know, it's all big, whether he has, insurance company representing from the malpractice, but definitely expect a malpractice action out of this. Okay, Patricia S., you're asking, does Donna's lawyer's resignation at this stage give her a shot at reversal? And Charlie, too, that would be a travesty of justice. I hate to disagree, but it seems like this isn't over. No, I would say it's over for Donna's sake. It's not over for Charlie. So Charlie's conflict is still out there. And I guarantee you that's something that Ufferman said it's due on the 18th of October. And so I guarantee you this is going to be the main issue that everything is fed through, that Charlie had a conflicted lawyer with this Roshbaum guy that represented his mother initially, and then he's representing him, and he never got unfettered conflict-free advice. He went to trial on it. They never discussed the options to flip on other Adelsons. And I mean, it just looks so bad. And so anyway.
Oh, another Canadian. Welcome. I'm from Ontario. Boone acts like she's entertaining her fans. She is so narcissistic. Oh my God, she's horrible. And a narcissist and childlike. Bad combination. Crimes Untangled, good to see you. How does Sarah not know to pretend some remorse, right?
Yeah, so I think there's a good chance. That it could get reversed on appeal. But, the state attorney's office is going to go ahead and retry it, I assume, because he's got a slam dunk win of a case against him. And so yeah, Malibu, that's how poor the lawyering can be in that Tallahassee courtroom. Okay, Dustwitch, is Judge Everett
Steph?
conflicted as well? Do you think that they will change judge? No, absolutely not. Judge Everett the judges are not conflicted like that unless there's a personal conflict. So if, for example, Judge Everett had personally represented an Adelson before and they had that kind of connection, or it looked like he might be having some kind of a favoritism or whatnot with the defendant, then he would have to recuse himself. And if he didn't, then of course the attorneys could do that as well. But as I've said, Judge Everett, I have the highest regards for from the standpoint of his integrity, his.
Tops Cat says, as far as I know, there were actual waivers from Donna and Harvey before repping Charlie. And here's the thing with Rashbaum, though, right? He went on STS and he literally said, and Joel did good by asking, do you have signed waivers? He said he had 4 signed waivers. In court, he had no signed waivers. I don't get it. Sarah thinks the number of clicks on her drunk video equates with popularity. She thinks she has a massive fan base, just like Wade Wilson. That guy drives me. Jane, because she believes she is innocent due to unintentional, therefore believes she is being wronged. Hey, Steph from Irene. She told her neighbors that she was teaching him a lesson. She is deranged, right? Oh, not in BC, closer to BC than the U.S. mainland, but I'm on the U.S. way out near Vancouver Island. Oh, okay. Well, you're almost. He had no waivers from Charlie. Yeah, he had no waivers. No waivers from Charlie. The few voir dires that Judge Everett did with Donna, she said she did speak to independent counsel. And then on the 17th, she said she hasn't. They asked if she wanted to, then she did. So nobody was telling the truth. In that little defense section, nobody was telling the truth. Smoke and mirrors is what they were doing. Can you imagine if the jury saw those letters refreshing or referencing the clicks and views? Global, stop talking, Sarah. Oh, those letters are amazing.
Demeanor, and I think that if anything, I think this is a real wake up call and learning lesson for him, and he's never going to make this mistake again. And I think he is a judge there in Leon County to try this case. He just was asleep at the switch. Probably had this issue come up before, and lo and behold, wow, what a time for it to come up right before the start of a trial, a murder trial in your courtroom. So I'm sure he's completely embarrassed by it, but I mean, he's a great guy, and he's going to get beyond this. And so I think he's gonna call a spade a spade. He's gonna do the right thing in the courtroom. He doesn't play any favorites. I mean, you can see it through Judge Everett. He's the kind of guy that's not gonna play favorites. He's gonna make sure the defendant gets a fair trial. And he just didn't see this issue of denying Donna a fair trial, but he gets it now. He made that bold statement in that ruling today, and it's great news to see that. Juniper, I would say it's more than just one attorney that's lost their mind. So down there in Tallahassee, it's multiple. That's why I say there's what are they drinking down there? Something in the water, right? Mary Kay Radliff is saying, I wonder if Jack Campbell has any ties with John Lauro. Well, I don't know what those two ties are, but boy, you just wonder, why is he dragging his feet on arresting Wendi? There's overwhelming evidence to get her convicted as well. So you let killers walk the streets. How do you have a conscience tonight? That's the politics side of it. You're a politician. You don't really have justice flowing through your veins, and you can sleep good at night knowing that criminals are walking the street, including murders, and you just don't care about it. So it just shows from his press conference he doesn't give really a damn about the injustice done to the Markels. He doesn't. And if he really did, he would step it up and get out.
I think he's in Tallahassee. I'm pretty sure Patty said he's in Tallahassee too. True, are you still here? Okay, thank you, tennis girl. I thought he was. ML is tally attorney. As I was like, wait, because I know he's right there. He's got connections to get some of these FOIAs that they don't want to give to people, which is great. I'm glad he gets them. I'm really glad he gets them because at least the information gets out.
Down with it. Cindy's asking, will the judge give Donna a time frame to find another lawyer? Yeah, he's got to be able to grant the lawyer the adequate preparation time. Remember, he gave a multiple month extension for Rashbaum when he represented Charlie, and so this is going to be the same kind of thing. Whatever a lawyer says, hey, I'm looking at the file initially, and I'm going to need X number of months or a year or two to prepare. So in any event, that's going to bring in more time for Donna. I mean, Donna could have something very, very much, affect her health meanwhile. And knowing if she knows she's got to wait another year and a half to go to trial, I mean, you talk about mental breakdown. Yeah, that's you're really hitting a wall. I've said before this, when you're at when you hit like the 8th month mark, 7-8 month mark in combat, I can tell you, you start losing your mental composure at times. And when you got different stressors and stuff like that, you can act differently and do stuff that.
Yes, and don't like to give him credit, but he is the only one been covering this case since the beginning. I don't watch him. No, I don't watch him either, tennis girl. I stopped watching him when he started protecting Rashbaum. I just thought I don't like that. But if he mostly practices until it's suddenly half of what everyone is saying makes sense. He does. He even says it on his channel that he's a Tallahassee lawyer. Yeah, he is located in Tallahassee. I remember Patty saying that she's runs into him a lot in different circles. I have a difficult time understanding his reasoning. Sometimes he's all over the place. I agree. I agree with you guys on that. ML is in tally. I know he played tennis with Rashbaum when Charlie's trial was just starting up. Yep. He did. I used to watch him a few years ago for the same, but don't anymore. I found Judy through him and love Judy. I love AA Legal Focus. Absolutely.
That are out of character, because you really hit a wall. And I'm talking about all soldiers. They'll tell you that they've been down there, that those that like the Marine Corps, they can redeploy back home every 7 months. Much better for your mental health and your fitness to fight the battle. That if you're there for a year, I'm telling you, life really passes you by in that year. So you really miss out on so many things back home, and you really lose sight and focus of what life's about in a lot of ways. So in any event, I think the same thing happens to a defendant like her that's that long in jail. It's all for naught, and you got to start from the clock all over again and get a lawyer up to speed. And imagine what she's battling in her mind right now. I'm like, she even come to grips with what Rashbaum did to her? He took her money, being so conflicted. I mean, you look at this ruling, if I was sitting with her.
I'm sorry, guys, but is it weird of me to think it's really cute when he chuckles?
As her lawyer explaining this ruling, I said, Rashbaum, did he just miss this, or did he intentionally do this? I mean, this is like so bad. You just wasted all this time. The last almost a year in the Leon County Jail, just rotting away. And Rashbaum was never ready to go to trial with this conflict-free. And did he advise you on this, that, on the conflict part of it? Did he advise you that he can't talk to you about, flipping on other people and how you might want to get a third-party lawyer involved and get truly conflict-free advice? But anyway, it didn't happen. And it's, it does look like, as Frisbee's saying, it does look like a money grab. Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like. I'm not saying it is, but it sure looks that way. Letterman's Girl, you're asking if Donna.
Seeing Tennis Girl, I don't hold that against him because I didn't come in till after, well, just before Donna, right? But I was following it from Katie too, but I didn't start this channel till just before Donna, so I don't hold that against him. Carl rarely laughs unless you ridicule Rashbaum. Yeah, I just think he's got a cute giggle. Irene, Judy is so intelligent, funny, kind, talented, and informed. She's fab. Oh, I think I love AA Legal Focus. Absolutely. This guy is stand up legit. I like him. I don't hold it against him. I just see people chatting that he's been in from the beginning, and it's not true. No, I agree with that. It's not. I just think, I just like how, I don't know. Maybe it's his voice. I don't know. Something about Carl I like. If you get to say how cute all of these content creators are, then I get to say I like boobs. Judy is fantastic. She is fantastic.
Has
I
offered
like
a plea
her.
would hasten Wendy's arrest, assuming she tells the truth and is willing to tell how they're all involved there, the Florida Adelsons, including Harvey and including Wendi. So if she is willing to roll over and get new counsel, but keep in mind, what I've also been saying is that the wealthier the client, the less likely you're to get the truth from your lawyer. Okay. I've seen that in my career over and over again. If you get, the more money you got, the more lawyers willing to talk a big game and tell you they're going to get your charges dismissed or they can take it to trial and get an acquittal. You'll be going home. You'll never have a conviction to worry about. So those kind of things are what you get when you got a lot of money. If you're a poor client, they want to sell your case as soon as possible. They don't really want to try the case if you don't have enough to pay them for a jury trial. And if you're court appointed, you can get money there, and it's maybe not as much of an issue. If you get public defender types, money should not be an issue at all. They get the same pay no matter what they do, whether they plead you out or jury trial. But jury trial is a lot harder. And if you get a jury trial and you got a lawyer that's lazy and afraid to go to court and doesn't like going to trial and battling it out, slugging it out, because a lot of lawyers are not cut out for that kind of warfare. So in any event, Donna does not have a good case, but because she's got money, the lawyer may tell her, yeah, let's try the case that Rashbaum couldn't, and give me $1 million and I'll go to trial. But in the end, she's going to wind up going down the river.
Agree, Tally.
Julie Nielsen, that's a good question here. You're asking, is the October 5th off now? I've not seen that that's changed off the calendar. But right now, Donna has no lawyer to show up to court. So I think it is by operation of the court's order. No one's there to show up. I think you'll see a new scheduling order come out. And maybe what they'll do is they'll just have a hearing and they'll apprise Donna what's going on and that she's going to have to get new counsel. So maybe the judge is going to do that if we don't have counsel making an appearance before then. So and she's not even going to have a lawyer there. Do you realize how embarrassing that looks for Leon County, for that whole judicial district and state attorney's office district? It's like really embarrassing. I've never seen like that. It's that bizarre. Yeah, Milton, I've not heard the latest on that in a couple hours, but I think it's supposed to hit like Wednesday evening. So I think it's going to avoid the Keys. So I think we're good here. But yeah, it's going to hit up near Tampa Bay, I think. All right, so here we have let's see. Sir Tedrick Walker is saying Donna won't take the plea. She cannot admit anything wrong. Yeah, if you get the right lawyer in there, you'd be surprised. Like I say, if you're not corrupted by the influence of money, because think about it, if you're telling a client, hey, I know you got millions, so why don't you give me $1 million? I'll get you out of this jam, no problems. Versus and going to jury trial, you could ask for $1 million, but if the lawyer's coming in there saying, hey, I'll plea bargain this down for you, I'll get you out in no time, and I want $1 million, I mean, what do you think the client's going to say? Why am I getting $1 million to close out a deal in a few weeks and only taking a few hours here and there? So it's, like I said, huge loss of money for a lawyer to agree to do a plea bargain here. And if you do a flat fee, the flat fee technically could include a plea negotiation, but most lawyers get retained on a murder case, they're not going to be talking about plea bargains with her initially. Okay, they want to get the money, they want to get that in their lawyer trust account, and they want to get the cash checked. They want to set it structured where even if they work plea agreement, they get to keep the funds. But a lot of that kind of stuff can be tricky.
My eerie us for the judge and state, but ranting does nothing, but I guess gets views and subs. Yes, we've seen that in the last few days, how things go crazy and people get, but like I said, I think he's just reached a point that a lot of us reach, because there's not one of us that didn't go off a little bit when Donna's trial was postponed. We all did. And I think he's just reached that point now. I pay attention. Top Cat says I pay attention to tally lawyers. Tim Jansen, Stephen Webster on this case. They know Florida law and the state prosecution team, so are more informed. I like Stephen Webster. I like Tim Jansen. And I listen to both of them. 100% I do. I just, if you take out what you don't like about Carl, and everything he's said has come to fruition. Now, I hope he's wrong about Charlie. Exactly, Top Cat, same here, same reason. Tim blamed judge and state, but not vitriol. It's easy to take for me. And he didn't really go. I think he was very easy on Rashi, which I was very surprised. Tim was very easy on him. But that being said, I don't know what being a lawyer is like. I don't know what being in a lawyer community is like. I can only speak from my perspective, and my perspective is if a lawyer is going to call out the BS, I appreciate that. Is Carl NYC? Didn't he just move to... I'm sorry, my brain's not working, Irene. I'll look that up.
As well, because if there's a misrepresentation that the client says the money out of them, I know I've represented somebody. I'm going to say
80% yes. Should have never taken the case, never. Now, I will not back down from what I said. Thank you, Sky. I was going to say Texas, but I didn't want to. I'm not going to back down from what I said and say Judge Everett, Georgia, Sarah, and definitely Campbell. They all have egg on their face in this. I won't back down from that. I'm going to stick with that. But how they go from here is going to... And I will support Georgia. She's still a queen to me. She's still the boss. But does she have a little egg on her face? Absolutely. Now, is it her fault? I don't know. Did Campbell say, don't push it? We don't know. I agree with 2 and Tennis. Carl's initial rage was that Donna's chose a Miami attorney. Now the rage is about the conflict. It's obvious. Shiraz, okay, thanks. I thought I heard him say NY one time. Thanks, makes sense. Thank you, Shrez. He has an office in NYC, Texas, and a few other states. I can't remember. I don't know where his primary residence is, though. I thought he moved to Texas because he was doing that one move, and I think he said he was moving to Texas. Carl is good people, but he gained 20,000 followers by... Is that what you got to do? Is that what you got to do, guys?
Like that before, and even though they got a flat fee, I was able to get most of that back because they misrepresented the person on a personal injury case. There's a lot of shady stuff and grift type of stuff that lawyers can get caught up in, and so who knows what's going to happen on that, but eventually, if you get the right lawyer, maybe she would plead guilty. Geraldine Hanna is asking, do I think Tim Jansen, I think you mean, could be her lawyer? Boy, I guess he's not representing any Adelson, but he sure talked a lot about him. So I think with all the comments he's made about, different things, pro and con for Donna, he said she'd never get arrested. He said Wendi should never get arrested. And then he's flopped, stuff like that. I just don't see him being in the running for this kind of case at all. He's been too much out there talking about it, and I think he was trying to get on the case originally, and I think that it did pan out, and I think they've already came to a foregone conclusion. He's not going to ever be in the running again. That's my guess. Mary K. Ratcliffe again. You're saying corruption runs deep in Tallahassee. Yeah, I mean it really looks that way. What about incompetence though?
Hey, Top Cat. I'm like, oh boy, is that what you got to do? Oh,
corruption is something different than incompetence. But if you got those two things tying together, yeah, you can have a railroad of justice here. Ambush 60 saying, why would they not bring in Wendi for perjury while they're working on her participation in a murder case? At least she'd be contained. Well, no, I mean, that's a good point, but they got enough there to go on all the charges, perjury and murder, and the same other secondary charges, conspiracy to commit murder. And so.
And I like the truth says, I'm not trying to be mean to Carl, but he's complaining a lot about things that everybody already knows about. We're all frustrated, and we don't have to be attorneys to be pissed. Exactly. And I think how we all got angry right away, it's taken him a long time to get there. So I think what we went through a few weeks ago, he's finally going through it now. Oh, really? At True Crime Wifey? I thought I heard him say something about practicing in NY. Haven't paid that much attention to him. I remember he did a live stream or two from NYC. We need to find out who his girlfriend is. You have to grow a beard too, Rochelle. Oh, that's out. And be bald. And that's out. Thanks, guys. Tick, tick, tick. All out. No, he did live from in New York City. His experience is federal and civil case and military being defense. His license is in Texas and Tennessee. Look at you go, True.
And the other third one as well. So I don't know why they're waiting, dragging their feet, but they're not, like I say, they when you got a politician running the show and leading the justice mission in a locality there, like the district that the state attorney's office is in Tallahassee, then you can have politics and incompetence rule the day instead of competence and just doing the right thing from a justice standpoint. So like a combination of politics and lack of competence of why the other Florida Adelsons have not been arrested many years ago. Just not now. It should have happened many years ago. But I'll call it what it is, which is weak and pathetic people in charge or person in charge. Yes, I agree. Jack Campbell, please prioritize the Adelson case. Even asleep at the switch for years, not doing the right thing. YB, yeah, everybody, Jack Campbell, what kind of legacy is he leading here? Doesn't even know the law, gives such an asinine press conference.
Give me 50.
Basically saying like the Adelson case, the prosecution of them isn't big enough deal to the Markels. He's got enough other murders to go after. It's just disgraceful.
B Rabbit, I'm the same way. I'm always interested in different perspectives equals continual learning, changing my viewpoints, or confirming my views. Absolutely. I don't buy TJ's point that the state needs Wendi to testify to get the motive and text in trial. There must be another. Armand, I agree. Because if you're telling me that's all you've got to get Donna, why are we going through this? Why are you wasting taxpayers' money? I don't agree with it either. Yeah, never stop learning. And like I said, if we all had the same view, this would be so boring. Life would be so freaking boring. That's why I love this community, because we all have different views. Look, myself, Tennis Girl, Top, we're on total different sides of the whole Carl thing. We're still talking, getting along. That's what I like about this. Now, Tim Jansen, another story. He got Brian Winchester off after killing Michael Williams. So, no, I'm not a fan.
Susan B., you're saying Mike Fillion and Charlie does not have a chance for appeal. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong on that.
I hope you're wrong.
I don't know. You know how Florida Supreme Court looks at conflicted counsel and if they'll make an exception here. But it looks bad for Charlie.
Oh, Irene, you weren't the only one. That was the most disgusting display of, it was disgusting to me. The man should have just stayed in his office and kept quiet. He should never have said what he said. Thank you at True Crime Wife. I watch him mostly because he's a prosecution lawyer and I want his take on how Florida is handling this case. That's why I watch Carl. Top Cut and Tennis, I understand what you are saying. Yes, so do I understand what they're saying. I just like that we can have the different opinions in here and not start freaking out on each other. I like that.
Case, it does. Very disappointing, Jack Campbell. Betty's Playhouse is exactly what happens in Lincoln County. Patty's from there, as I understand, so she's grew up there. So that's a reflection of the how it doesn't really matter competence so much as what connections you got. I think it shows up here. All right, there we go. Hold on. Campbell's spoon feeding us total garbage. Yeah, I mean, it was this absolute. I mean, he would have been better off if he just said nothing, as taking it under advice. Hey, we're going to research this issue. We'll get back to you. Mixed statement. No, he was doing a total statement to make himself look good and act like he did nothing wrong. But he was so incompetent in this area. He should have known the law. He had all these people research it. They just sat on this issue. And like I say, Donna being in jail for 10 extra months, and we're starting from day one now, is not such a big deal to me because she's guilty. If she was innocent, I'd be very incensed if I had an innocent client that sat there and this kind of nonsense was going on. This clown.
Night, Deb. Sweet dreams. At True Crime, I only realized he was speaking of that Brian Winchester. I was a bit taken back, and also it's his job, but I remember William's poor mom. Laugh out loud. I understand. I unsubbed to this guy a long time. I'm only watching because I love this chat. Aw, Tennis, you are sweet. True crime wifey. I think Tim, and he's a defense attorney's defense attorney. I don't like the BW got that deal, but Tim does work miracles for his bad boy clients. It means that you are all well adjusted and in recovery from your trauma. Me, on the other hand, has a lot of work to do. I fear I may never be free of my... How did I know? I was reading it so carefully because I'm like, there's a trick in here. There's a trick in here. I still respect Carl, but for him to talk about corruption is laughable considering he worked for the federal government in the military. Please. Armand says Mike Williams' mom was God's angel. She fought so hard for justice. Oh my heavens. Miss Scott, I'm always thinking the same thing. Guys, should I put Mike Williams in our ticker? My point is that the military and the federal government are so much more corrupt than any state government or local government ever. Same. That's same here. Well, we don't have state. We have provincial government. We have federal government. But they're both corrupt.
Show, but okay, she's guilty, so I'm not worried about her. It does look bad from the optic standpoint of justice, overall administration justice, nonetheless. But when you combine that, the fact that you got victims here that are waiting 10 months on top of the 9+ years before she got arrested, it is an absolute disgrace. Cat Love Drew is saying, do I think Jack Campbell is going to let Wendi continue to get away with murder? You know what? I hope not. I hope he has the guts to stand up and do the right thing.
Top Cat. Okay, guys, I'm out. This video is getting repetitive and its constant insults are upsetting. Good to see you all, though. Catch you later. Thanks for joining us, Cat. Top Cat. Trying to shorten your name. I'm so sorry. Hopefully we'll see you soon. It's like the pot calling the kettle black and we're all cooking. Just saying, I know people hate Jack Campbell, but for Carl to call out Jack Campbell, please. Tennis Girl says, yeah, he's very much a hypocrite. He talks so bad about Tim J, giving defense points of view, and then it's okay for him with the free Karen Reed people. Yeah, I'm not getting in the Karen Reed because I didn't follow that and I refused because we can actually end the whole Carl here anyway because it's almost been 4 hours and Rochelle is soon needing to get sleep. Not 100%. That broke my heart watching her so frail and gutted, made me so sad. And F. Denise Williams, sorry. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry for speaking your mind. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. We got his monologue. Now he's just answering questions. So I just thought it was interesting to see somebody that's always so stern with the, like, not stern, that's the wrong word. Just straightforward, and that too. It makes me feel good in a way that, my explosion over this, when somebody is as educated and stuff like that as Carl is, that he also had an explosion moment. So I don't think we offended Top Cat. I think Top Cat just got tired of Carl. But we got the gist of it. We got his monologue and then that, so yeah, that's what I thought, Top. Thank you for saying that, did true. Not you, TCW, Carl. Yeah, we don't need to, honestly, we don't. It's just his answers and questions now. So I'm going to take away that I hope Carl is wrong about Charlie. I hope he's wrong about Charlie. But that's what I just wanted to do, because I was like, if this guy finally everything just boiled over and he's doing his rant, then I'm normal. Having your husband deleted so you can be with another makes me ill. Mike Williams' case, I forgot how much that case angered me. Hold on, give me a second. Banner. Give me a second, guys. There. I feel it's a right thing to do, so I'm going to do it. There. Absolutely, Top Cat. Absolutely. Justice for Dan. It's the one reason we're all here. And everybody just needs to focus on that. I hope he's wrong too, and I hope the Markels didn't hear it. Even if he's right about it, they don't need to hear it. No, but we maybe, like, I can't, I don't want to, I will never speak for them. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they do watch Carl. Maybe they do appreciate his candor. Maybe they do appreciate his straightforward. We don't know. We don't know how Ruth is sitting in Toronto and shaking her head, wondering, what now? Like, it really, really got to me today when Joel said that he spoke with Phil, and Phil said, I don't know if I will ever see justice for my son. That really hit me. And it was like, oh my God, this is what Phil's thinking. We don't know. Maybe they subscribe to Carl. We have no idea. I know people here in Tally, it's not what everyone thinks. People are regular folks. No one has to agree with me. Yes, justice for Dan. Yep. True. You and I have had conversations. I attended the Denise Williams trial. The primary evidence was BW's testimony, who I don't trust at all. His father rescued him all his life and pulled every trick in the book and did it again. That's just horrible. True crime, actually meeting in chat so many nice people from Tally makes me want to visit someday. It sounds lovely. I'm hoping I visit in March. He doesn't know either if it's going to happen, and it's really negative thing for them to hear. I wouldn't want to hear it. No, and I agree. I wouldn't want to hear it. I wouldn't, because it would set me off. But if Phil is thinking and voicing that he doesn't know if he's ever going to see justice for his son, that's just heart-wrenching. Yeah. Right, Armand? That is crushing to hear Phil say that. It really, I was in my kitchen and I had STS going And when Joel said that, I stopped. I literally stopped and I'm like, oh my God. Yes, my friend was the special agent that deal destroyed him. Retirement, but he agreed for Miss Cheryl's sake. Oh. Dennis Williams' murder conviction was overturned on appeal. She had an excellent attorney, retried District 2 appellate judge, who took her case pro bono on his own initiative. Wow. Yeah. I said wow too, Irene. Tally girl, thanks for sharing that. It breaks my heart to think that Phil is thinking that. That just breaks my heart. Hey, Clue. Hey, long time no see, Clue. If I was the Markels, I would really need to have faith and confidence in the state of Florida and believe they're doing everything in their power to bring all of them to justice. I would have to. I would have to too. And I agree with what Tennis Girl is saying. I almost said Tennessee Girl. I almost said it. What Tennis Girl is saying is this, it would be hard for them to hear this, for the fact is, it's get your brain thinking different ways, and it might pull you off of the brainwave that's been keeping you going. So I agree with what she's saying. I'm just saying we don't know if they watch. True crime, wifey, it was Tim Jansen who negotiated the deal of the century, wasn't it? I believe so, B-Rabbit, but I'm not sure. Who made that thumbnail? It's hilarious. I did. I did. Because I like both of them, right? And I knew watching this, we were going to end up having Tim Jansen was going to be brought into it. I guaranteed it. So that's why I did it. And I think, hey, everybody thinks Tim Jansen's a good-looking man too. So why not? I wouldn't want to listen to folks like Carl because I really need to believe in this team. It would upset me to suspect that they weren't doing everything exact. I agree. You won't get me disagreeing with that. I absolutely agree, because when you gotta stay almost tunnel vision, because all this outside here is only going to drive you mad. So I agree. I agree with you, Shiraz. I agree with Tennis Girl on that. At Tally Gal, that stings. I'm sorry for her daughter, but she needs to be in prison until she passes. She's so selfish and heartless. Check it out. I know I now have 2 tennis partners. One is a dreamboat. See if anything happens there. Oh, what's going on? B-Rabbit, yes, Tim J got Brian Winchester off without murder charges. Miss Cheryl only wanted to know where Mike's body was. Heartbreaking for all involved, including the... Did they ever find... Tennis Girl, did they ever find him? Interesting. The real-time facts of how Mike was murdered haunted me. Don't like to think about it. Very disturbing, but I think the case against Dennis wrecked in misogyny. Crime and Coffee Crew, I'm so glad Carl made that video. He's extremely professional, but I love how he was pissed and not professional this time. They need to kick in the... And that's been the debate, Clue. Some people didn't like it. Some people did. And that's the best way in life. Don't always to agree. We might know the same people. Oh, that would be so nice. The prosecution is doing everything they can, and we should support them, not drag them down. And I support Georgia, and I support Sarah. I still think they are the bomb, the boss. I can't wait to see Georgia take on Donna. Cannot wait for it. Do not support Jack Campbell. Do not. No. And that is not, I've made it personal, and I know it shouldn't be with Jack Campbell, but coming from a victim's point, what he said would have destroyed me if I was the person he was supposed to be getting justice for. It would have destroyed me. I cannot support that. Any chances you can invite Yindra again? I would like to. I don't have her email. My view of Dennis Williams' case changed when what I learned upon appeal. There's no reason to not arrest Wendi. Evil. I agree, Clue. I agree. And Top Cat, you just made me chuckle. Yes, I'm still here. True crime. Was his mom still around in his recovery? Really? Really? I don't believe you. I'm so glad you stopped in, Top, because you always add to the conversation. So I'm so glad you came in tonight. B Rabbit, you're thinking Denise wasn't involved? True. It is so true. I support state attorney, but we've debated this. We truly have. We have. I think it was a good hour debate, wasn't it true? I think it was a good hour debate. Oh. That was one of our conversations where neither of us agreed on either's perspective, but we just kept talking and laughing. Can I find that appeal info online? Can I ask a question, guys? Because I don't know this case. Was it televised? At Top Cat, I have no insight to offer. I'm not a lawyer and not privy to the details of the case or why they are prosecuting case this way. I don't have enough info to have any opinion, frankly. Carl's background looks like a resort. I stayed at Bali. Wouldn't that? I'd love to go to Bali. He's down in the Keys. Harley, oh gosh, we're still live. We are. We're just finishing up. Have you taken a vote on what people said about Carl making that video? I'm so glad he did. I thought most would have liked it. I have not taken it. Because I tell you here, it's very split right down the center. But Brian Winchester got off by providing Mike's body where he put him and giving them Denise. Jeez. Irene says, this has been so fun. Yes, Miss Cheryl was alive when... Oh, good. So they did find... No, I agree. It's been fun. I like this. Armand fence in a few hours. His background will be flat. Oh, no. I don't think it's supposed to hit down in the Keys. Geez, I hope not. Gonna check that out. Love this chat. Thanks, Irene. I'm just going to say, did you like Carl's rant? Yes or no? We'll start a poll. I'm doing this for you, Clue. I'm doing this for you. Check out Denise's police interview. Oh, I'm going to have to check. Yes, Mike Williams' case interviews are on ML's channel. The trials are on Law and Crime channel. Maybe, do you guys want to do like a throwback Thursday to old cases? Many of us of the no votes have left for the night. There were several did not like it. Yeah, Clue and Tennis Girl absolutely knows. Have you made any more content about the former Colonel? I have not. I have been not well. Interview on ML, trials coverage on Law and Crime. You all coming in clutch with the info about Mike Williams' case. Appreciate it. I do too. I wish all the negative PR toward Jack Campbell existed. The last time he ran for office, there was no alternative to him. He was, as far as I know, Tally Girl, I could be wrong. He was not, nobody ran against him. Isn't that correct? Any time spent with others talking about my favorite cases is time well spent, and yes, fun. Nobody in my real life is even remotely interested. Same here. Oh, Clue, thank you. I'll be right back. Throwback Thursdays would be groovy. That's what I think. Let's do Throwback Thursdays. Okay. I'd like to see Denise interview. If you like spicy, Brian had a menage of trios with it. Oh, really, Armand? So much for going to sleep at 9:30, true? Oh. Jack Campbell was unopposed. That's what I thought. Why? How the heck not? So, what do we got here? Come on. Yes. Congratulations on a hot tennis partner, Clue. Wow. Patricia. That the case where he was killed during a fishing trip by his friend and wife's lover. Oh, wow. That sounds like a nasty case. Some were put off by the harsh words. I rather enjoyed it, but different strokes. I just remembered Greg Brady saying groovy to Mike and Carol. Armand Vance, haha, the bad cop in Denise interview, bringing up the videos of her adventures. Let's do that, guys. True, my hot tennis partner is my hubby. Aw, that's so cute. So maybe we should Sky True. For the most part, I despise government. They never take responsibility and they often don't care. The prosecution seems not to care enough. This is just me being a devil's advocate here. Could it be possible that the prosecution team has been doing this case for 10 years now? Could it be possible that they're just burnt out from it? That they just are like, oh, I wish this was over. and the steam, all that is just gone. That's just me throwing out. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm just saying at some point there's going to be a burnout. Oh, they're Menendez brothers. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't. Oh, Shiraz, you just said it was in the middle of it. I'm already bored. Yeah. B Rabbit, I would find it hard to believe that she wasn't at least aware and may have played a role in manipulating BW, but my issue was the discrepancy between the punishment given to Denise. Sorry, I'm saying it wrong. Don't have streaming services, but I lived through the Menendez trials and I have very strong. You have very strong thoughts. They should be set free. Wow, that's interesting, Irene. Clue, there are many speculations about what is going on. I try not to own any of it emotionally, and I'm just here with popcorn because I like to look at car accidents. Oh. If that were the case, they should not have done the ones at one at a time strategy. Oh no, I agree. But could it be possible that we are watching a burnout and not noticing it? There was an earlier election when a great candidate ran against him. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tally Gal. No, they haven't been doing it for 10 years. Each case has a foundation that the garnish is different, same players, same stories, same shame on press. But that's what I'm wondering. Could it be something that's gotten stale to them? I still wonder if Javi has some connection. Sorry, guys. It makes no sense why Wendi isn't in the pokey, and ditto for Javi. That's what somebody in here said, that Harvey's still connected to Willie Meggs, and that's the reason Wendy's still safe. But they weren't making any sense because Harvey would not flip on Donna. He wouldn't send Donna to the wolves. Irene, I hear a ton of people that feel that way. Sky Troop, I'm a bit of a rubbernecker too. So, Clue, your poll says 88% said yes, 12% said no. I did too. I don't remember anything about the CSA coming out until after the trial. I wasn't aware of it at all during, but I was also young and much less informed about CSA. I would love it if they somehow got them to each sing like a jailbirds they are. The only one I think they're going to get to sing, and it's only going to be after his appeal is denied, is Charlie. The other ones aren't singing. And the only way you would have got Wendi to do anything is if they were all arrested at the same time. If every single one of the Adelsons were arrested at the same time, somebody would have sang. Somebody would have. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Charlie will sing. I agree Charlie will sing, but not until after his appeal is denied. Because he's going to think he's getting out. And I have not seen anywhere, because I know Offerman asked for an extension And I haven't seen anywhere the date that needed to be or anything. I don't know. The vengeance of narcissists knows no bounds. I agree, Patricia. The reason I say Charlie is because he's in the big house now. He's got all these jailhouse lawyers, which are probably way better than Rashi, probably. And they're all calling him out, saying, "Man, your sister screwed you over." Like, they've probably followed it. They probably read about it, whatever. And they're telling him, and he's got nobody else to listen to but these jailhouse cons. So they told, sorry guys, medicine's kicking in. They told of the CSA in the trial and were made fun of. People didn't believe young boys could be raped, and there were 50 witnesses saying they knew. Wow. What's everyone think regarding Donna? She's in for another year or more before she'll go to trial. Think that's worse than being in prison. I think she's going to ask for a speedy trial. I don't think she's given up on that. Like I said, guys, that last interaction, that last correspondence with Donna, she's really missing Harvey. She's really missing him. Sweet justice for Charlie in the big house. Yep. So everyone, I'm going to call it a night. I do appreciate every single one of you for being in here. I thank you so much for the great conversation. I'm fortunate. Hotter than me after 26 years. That's hard to beat. Men age well, they say. Oh, B, I wonder if Donna will continue to grow her hair a la Rapunzel. Denise's murder conviction was overturned on appeal, yet judge did not reduce her sentence. Yet BW, who shot his best friend and deep in the muck stole his wife and child, only got 20. That's disgusting. I hope he has a nice, big, strong, enormous, plump boyfriend. So do I, Clue. Good night, Irene. And also, I don't condone what the Menendez brothers did. They've been locked up enough. I'm going to have to look at that with fresher eyes, I guess. Tally girl, you believe the same thing. Oh, please, somehow let Charlie come back to Florida and be cellmates with Wade Wilson. Oh, please, that would be justice. Oh, B-Rabbit, that would be awesome. Good night. I love how you all call us use. Have a great sleep, coffee crew. Yeah, oh God. I'm writing and deleted what I think of Carl 3 times now. I just say that his delivery makes it hard for me to listen. And that's fine, Steph. You're not the only one that said that. You're not the only one. You don't have to write and delete. Not in here, you don't. Oh, that's right. He's surrogated in death row. Damn it. It still would have been fun, Harley. It still would have been. Crime and Coffee Crew, go to sleep. Save us all. B-Rabbit, that would be amazing. Wade and Chucky, wouldn't it? Oh, I could go down that rabbit hole. Indeed, wishful thinking. Yep. No, that's right. I get it, Steph. But please don't ever feel like you've got to write it and delete it. And not in here, you don't. It's amazing they've all stayed silent for this long. How many appeals does Charlie have? Just one? This is his second appellate lawyer, because Wade Wilson appellate lawyer was Charlie's old appellate lawyer. I only recognized because he had that stupid half hair here and bald. I seen the picture. I'm like, wait, I know that person. I chose to delete the parts where I compare him to my whiny ex. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. For me, listening to him was really easy. I don't even get how it was hard to listen to, but to each his own. Yep. I think just one appeal for Charlie. He started with the lawyer with the weird haircut, but maybe he changed lawyers. Another great streamer, Shell and Coffee Crew. Thank you all. Thanks, everyone. I hope everyone has a great night, great sleep. Please say some prayers for Florida tonight. Let's Milton turn, go into the Atlantic, leave it alone. Let's pray for that. Night, everyone. Thank you.